here. I am here. Councillor Stevenson is here. Councillor Wright is here. We have quorum for committee now. Mayor Sohi on his way. Councillor Salvador is here. And council colleagues joining us online if you want to say hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor, is that Tang?
Rutherford.
Hello. Anyone else? Okay, I think folks will be trickling in. So, thank you again, everyone, for great feedback and conversation this morning. We're now embarking on panel 2. I'll just look to the clerk. We're good to go. Everything's broadcasting appropriately. We're live online. We're good to go. Excellent. Just a reminder to all speakers, if you're in person, please try and keep the mic quite close to you. They're not very sensitive. So for those first timers, really lean into it. Guest Hardstaff, you have the floor.
Hello, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is Jan Hardstaff, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Residential Infill Working Group. RIWG, oh, I should call for my slides. I'm sorry. I need my slides. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, next slide, please. RIWG formed in 2019 to respond to planning and development issues. Our role is twofold: to reflect the public's interest on unintended impacts of infill housing and to collaborate with City Administration's planning department and work toward practical solutions to problems. Next slide, please. So RIWG analyzed RS small-scale infill housing built in 2024, and we identified 2 problems. The first is that RS zone mid-block row housing has introduced up to 4 main side entrances located to an interior setback. With all the site coverage in one monolithic building, introducing a long development wall from the front to the rear of the site in areas where the surrounding development pattern has principal residences aligned to a front street and garages or backyard housing lined in a rear lane. Quite simply, this housing type mid-block is incompatible, not just with mature development or infill built under the M&O, but even new RS zone single and semi-detached housing that will be built in the future. It is not popular with neighbors. Many are more accepting of row housing built on corner lots, but not mid-block. They'll accept semi-detached with 2 secondary suites and backyard housing or quad-style row housing, but not mid-block. So the picture on the left shows you just how absurd these side entries can be. The next thing that we identified was that mid-block row houses have poor design. Front facades that resemble the side of the building. It is as if they were designed for a corner site but have been inserted on an interior site like a round peg in a square hole. The picture on the right, full disclosure, is 2 doors over from me, and it has 5% window glazing and absolutely no architectural design. RIWG's recommendations respond to the list which reflected early input that we provided in the row house design next steps on page 10 of the report. So, next slide, please. So is mid-block row housing compatible with a traditional development pattern? This shows a traditional development pattern, and what it does is it really inserts a very long projection into the site that doesn't fit. Next slide, please. So the one-year zoning bylaw report focused on 2 things: data review and analysis. Zoning bylaw has infill targets, 40% increase in dwelling units approved. It's hitting it out of the park. Approximately 4 times as many row housing dwellings incentivized by CMHC funding. Does this meet market preference? Is this housing affordable? I can tell you that the 8 units in the row house I just showed you in the previous slide near me, only 6 units have rented over 6 months on the market, and they've had to reduce the rent. They've had to give first month's rent free. I'm worried that these kind of buildings are going to be white elephants. Next, no, sorry, keep the slide. Feedback from targeted stakeholders. I'm wondering where the feedback is from community leagues. I am a community league civics director. I heard about the engagement and I invited myself and provided input on my own. One industry stakeholder in the What We Heard report says the city needs to slow down. And a few comments continue to say that neighborhoods and communities are NIMBY or afraid of change. Next slide, please. So there's also no recommendations for landscaping, and Vic Liefers is going to be speaking to that in a minute. I wanted to say, what does the report not answer? So IDEA has framed the housing crisis solely in terms, or I'm referring to IDEA's letter that was sent on Friday. IDEA's letter has kind of framed the housing crisis solely in terms of supply. But it is a real crisis, not affordability for working and middle-income households. And we've also heard from students today that housing's not affordable. Next slide, please. The report and attachments initially provided no recommended amendments to the zoning bylaw. And then an addendum, attachment 6, was provided late Friday, which provided a lot of work for me this last weekend. RIWG reviewed it, and the regulations proposed still support main entrances in the interior side setback. As long as they're oriented to face the street, the direction of the street. They showed staggered entrances and suggested increased side setback will make it all fit. But these amendments will not solve the problem. They will push the building site coverage even farther into the rear of the lot. I hope you will consider all that we will be sharing with you today and support our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can just pause speakers for a moment. We need to do a bit of agenda management. So based on the number of speakers and the pace of the day going, we're going to be here very late. As such, we need to give staff and security and everybody notice. And as such, in conversation with the clerk, I would like to move that items 7.3 and 7.4 be postponed to the June 17th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee meeting, and also move a motion to extend the orders of the day until we complete this agenda item. Yeah, sorry, we'll do those separate. That's the intention of both, though. So first of all, we need to extend orders, and then, yeah, we need to postpone the other two items. We won't be able to get to it today. So clerk, whatever one you have first, we can put it up. Okay, yes, so I'll move that we postpone items 7.3 and 7.4 to the June 17th, 2025 Urban Planning Committee meeting. Are there any questions? Is there any debate? Hearing none, I'll call the vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you. Please display the vote. Oh, sorry. Could we display the vote? That is carried unanimously. And I just looked to the clerk. The speakers who had notified or who had signed up to speak, are they notified by the team that this
Yes.
item is postponed?
Yes, we will let them know.
Okay, thank you so much. The second motion is we will extend the orders of the day to complete the agenda.
Yes, just to clarify, it will be extending the orders to either end at midnight or complete the agenda, whichever comes first.
We will extend the orders of the day to go until midnight or to complete the agenda, whichever comes first. Are there any questions?
Sorry.
Yep.
So we have a supper break from 5 to 6, then we go from 6 to midnight. Is there any breaks for admin in that time?
There will be a line change at some point, and we'll work with the clerk on that.
Okay, thank you.
So potentially like a 15-minute, oh, I see. There'll be a recess from 8:45 until 9 p.m. for the recess, and we have to reset e-scribe as well, too. Okay. So hearing that amendment, any questions? Councilor Knack.
Yeah, sorry, so just confirming based off what I heard in the presentation, sort of the goal here, because if we can't receive this for information and or make any amendments, nothing gets to June 30th, right? So this is sort of why we want to get it done now.
Can I confirm that with administration? Is that correct?
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floor as amended. We'll extend. Questions? Debate? Call the question.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, sorry, we'll resume speakers again, and we are with guest Faulkner.
I have a presentation as well. Can we put that up, please? Great, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, Mayor Sohi. My name is Jennifer Faulkner. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin by saying two things. I am not opposed to increased density, nor are the friends and neighbors who are speaking before and after me. We are not NIMBYs. Next slide. Every RIWG recommendation you will hear today is doable. There is nothing here that cannot be done, and in fact, it will help build better communities to welcome our new neighbors. Next slide, please. When I first became aware that an 8-dwelling row house was being built on the corner lot next to me, my initial reaction was uncertainty and anxiety about the unknown. I worried how it would affect my life in my quiet neighborhood of Park Allen that I share with neighbors old and new. Next slide, please. I had visions of a very long, very tall, blank wall overlooking and overshadowing my entire backyard. I felt the loss of privacy, the loss of natural light, the reduction in air venting that currently cools my home, the loss of tree canopy, the loss of quiet, the potential impact of construction, particularly excavation, on my home, increased nuisance issues, and loss of a sense of peace. Next slide, please. The sign didn't provide enough information, so I contacted the folks at the development office. Knowledge dispelled some of the anxiety, so seeing the site plan and all of the elevations really helped me understand what will be built. So, crucially, there are no entrances or exits facing my backyard, so i.e. on the north side or interior side setback of my home. There are windows, big windows, but there won't be constant foot traffic from the comings and goings of my new neighbors. The building length is 22.88 meters long when it could have been 30, and that length still accommodates all 8 units. The front setback is 2.7 meters from the property line, which is just about level from the start of my front steps. It is 8.38 meters to the roof peak when it could have been 10.5 meters. The roof line is varied, sloping in the middle of the building and at the east and west ends, so that it somewhat mitigates the shadowing effect. The setback from my backyard is 1.8 meters when it could have been 1.5 meters, and believe me, that 30 centimeters makes a big difference. Because I know more, and with the support of great neighbors in my community, I can live with the row house next door. I can see some effort has been made to build something that will maximize the lot and yet try to accommodate neighboring properties. Knowing that some thought has been put into the design provides a good basis on which to build a working relationship with the developer and the builder, which is a good thing because I still have concerns about privacy, impacts to my own mature trees, and the potential for more loss of tree canopy, as well as the risk of excavation damage to my home. Next slide, please. However, a similar project on the other side of my home, mid-block, would be enormously disruptive, with each row house unit having at least 4 principal entrances facing my side yard, resulting in increased noise, light pollution, loss of privacy for me and for those in that building, increased overlooking and overshadowing, loss of even more tree canopy, loss of natural light, loss of natural air venting. I ask you all to consider whether you would want to live either in or beside this type of housing. Next slide. The uncertainty and anxiety would be doubled, and as we all know, there are numerous studies on the negative social and health impacts of uncertainty and anxiety over extended periods. The pace of change the city expects residents in redeveloping communities to accept is now eroding trust and eroding the acceptance of infill. But there are solutions, and the RIWG's recommendations to reduce maximum building length, next slide, reduce maximum building length, not allow main entrances to be in an interior side setback, improve design regulations, and require entrances to have a friendly relationship to and eyes on the street will improve row housing. The city can increase density and ensure compatibility with surrounding development and the development pattern of the neighborhood. We want to work with you to welcome residents to our neighborhood, all while making sure that our communities remain places that people want to call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Guest Leafers.
I have a slide set too. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to. I'm Vic Leafers. I'm a professor emeritus of Forest Ecology, University of Alberta. 40 years of teaching and research. Mostly on trees. In 2019, Edmonton declared a climate crisis, and in 2022, 75% of Edmontonians wanted council to act now on climate change. This requires buses, bikes, buildings to reduce carbon emissions. It also desperately needs soil, control of water runoff and capture, storage, and the contribution of private trees to achieve the climate resilience. Trees are important for aesthetics, their shade, their contribution to our mental health. Trees also reduce the urban heat island, which is very important in the planning for climate resilience. Skip next slide and skip that one. Thank you. Trees are nature's air conditioners. The leaves of a well-watered tree, a large tree, can evaporate up a couple hundred liters a day. And think about how much energy is absorbed. The evaporation of water from the leaves absorbs heat, which cools the air. Think about how much energy is needed to boil away a liter of water when you leave your kettle on. Every liter evaporated from a tree absorbs that amount of energy from the local environment. It's huge. Soils act like a, next slide please. Soils act like a sponge and hold onto water. Landscaping can be used to capture and store rainwater and provide vegetation cover that cools the surfaces and drops the air temperatures. Next slide please. Infill project Clear Trees to prepare the site for redevelopment. No permits are required for tree removal. A paper published by U of A's Burtnick in 2025, just very recently, concluded that without policy interventions, we expect Edmonton's private tree canopy goals to not be met. Next slide. As the pace of infill redevelopment increases, the net loss of As the pace of infill redevelopment increases, the net loss of private mature tree canopy is also accelerated. Replacing these valuable assets with buildings and impervious surfaces that don't collect water, that don't evaporate water. In the absence of private protection bylaws, there is an opportunity to use zoning bylaw landscaping regulations to fill the gap and mitigate the net loss of trees. Next slide, please. Administration's report recently recommended that no landscape amendments were necessary because data analysis shows few variances to landscaping. Perhaps the reason for no variance is that there is no regulatory incentives for compliance. That's the reason. We're not really seeing the true picture here. Next slide, please. It's getting hotter. Edmonton is getting hotter. In 2021, the surface urban heat island effect is demonstrated by these maps of the city. The difference between rural and urban, and it's the difference between rural and urban areas. That's what the heat island is. And in many developing neighborhoods, it was 68 degrees higher than the surrounding areas around the city. And it's getting hotter. And you can see the progression from decades earlier to the last decade. And the last period is really important in the sense that it coincides with some of the changes that are occurring in the city. Next slide, please. Trees are in trouble. They're experiencing more water stress, and there's a decrease in climate resilience because of that water stress. When they're removed for convenience, in many places it's possible to preserve some of those trees in the new infill. Trees that survive construction, though, have to be treated properly to make that survival possible. Climate change results in drought, extreme heat, increase stress on trees, making them less resilient to pests and diseases. And we're losing a lot of trees. We're actually now starting to pay the price for tree removal and then replanting. It's expensive. Policy changes are needed to ensure precipitation is absorbed. Next slide, please. Currently, every multi-unit infill requires downspouts to be connected to a peak flow reduction system that slows the stormwater flow and gradually puts it into the sewer, treating it as waste. As this infill site is, if it gets 1 inch of rain, it'll produce about 1,700 or 1,800 liters of water that's going to go into the sewer rather than being evaporated and cooling the city surrounding it. This water should be used for supporting vegetation and cooling of the city, and that's part of our problem. Next slide. To conclude, to make our cities climate resilient, we have to manage hard surfaces, water, and retain more water and retain more trees. And the recommendations going from the RIWG help in doing this. I recommend you accept them.
Thank you very much, Guest Leafers. Guest Watts. Christine Watts.
This is Christine Watts. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. You have 5 minutes.
I have a slides presentation.
Clerk is just pulling it up. Yep.
Okay.
Good to go.
I'm a resident of Park. I am a resident of Park Allen, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Residential Infill Working Group. I'm going to list our working group recommendations. Next slide. Support amending RS Zone 2.10, Table 4.1, Site 7 Building Regulation 4.1.8. Maximum length of buildings on an interior site 30 meters to 25 meters per 50% lot depth. Move the current 5.6 landscaping regulation 3.2 to the RS zone table 4.1 site and building regulation 2 requires a minimum 30% soft landscaping area. Reason? Providing this regulation with other site and building regulations will make sure it is considered and complied with during the planning, design and permit review stage and not substituted with parking or other hard surfacing. Next slide. Add to 4.3.2, which states minimum rear setback on an interior site, 10 meters. Add, except where an alley exists, the rear setback shall be 35% of lot depth. Next slide. Ensure new infill housing is compatible with the development pattern in redeveloping areas where access is from a rear lane. Front principal dwellings are aligned to the front street, and rear garages and backyard housing is aligned to the lane. Next slide. Add to table 4.3 setbacks. There shall be no main entrances accessed from the interior side setback. Secondary suite entrances facing an interior side setback shall not have exterior stairs that exceed 1 step. Why? These are simple and clear regulations that will eliminate the main problem of having up to 4 principal entrances facing the interior side setback, providing little room for stairs and increasing nuisance impacts to neighbors. UPE 02698 Attachment 6 amendments do not solve the problem of main entrances located in the side yard, no matter what direction they may face. The RS zone design regulations shall apply to main entrances for all housing types in the RS zone. Next slide. Design regulations. A regulation requiring the facade to have 15% window glazing does not ensure visual interest will be achieved. Next slide. Amendments to design regulations. The street-facing facade shall present an active public face with 3 or more architectural design features, including variations in roofline, vertical or horizontal building wall projection or recessions, visual breaks of building facade, into smaller sections in a variety of forms, colors, materials, and styles. A minimum of 40% of front wall area shall provide architectural features, except garage doors, including windows, doors, front porches, or balconies proportionately integrated with the building to accentuate the main entrance facing the street, minimize massing, eliminate large blank walls, and provide visual interest. Next slide. Part 8, General Definitions of Zoning Bylaw. Add a definition of architectural design features to ensure it is not interpreted to be only two different colors or directions of siding. For example, architectural feature means the architectural elements embodying style, design, proportions, general arrangement, and components of all surfaces of a building, including but not limited to the type of color or texture of the building materials, and the type and style of all windows, doors, lights, signs, and other fixtures. Landscaping is also considered an architectural feature. Next slide. And finally, 5.6 landscaping regulations. Move 3.2, 30% soft landscaping area to table 4.1 site and building regulations. Amend 5.6 landscaping regulation 10.1 to require a landscape security at the time of the development permit application for all small scale residential infill, including single or semi-detached and row housing to incentivize and compliance. The reason behind this recommended change is recent expansion of the landscape securities program was applied only to multi-unit cluster housing and non-residential housing types. It is not applied to single or semi-detached and row housing, which in effect removes regulatory incentive for compliance, which a 2023 city survey found to be only 11%. Thank you for listening to these recommendations.
Thank you, Guest Watts. Guest Cedric.
I have a presentation as well. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Sean Sedgwick, Executive Director of IDEA, the Infill Development in Edmonton Association. Our organization represents infill builders, planners, and advocates who believe that great cities are built through thoughtful, inclusive growth. That belief has guided our engagement with the zoning bylaw process for years, and it brings us here today. Next slide, please. Let's be clear. Edmonton is in a housing crisis. The pace of change we're seeing in some neighborhoods is real, but it's not just because of the zoning bylaw. Even before the new bylaw, the RF3 zone allowed row housing, including mid-block. RF1 allowed up to 6 units per lot, and thanks to new federal tools like CMHC's MLI Select, which requires a minimum of 5 units, more small local builders have been able to finance these projects, many with affordability or energy efficiency benefits. 65,000 people moved to Edmonton last year, and they all need homes. The bylaw coincided with the population boom. It didn't create the demand. It helped us begin to meet it, and our members have been hard at work for the last year building the homes that people need. Without additional supply, that demand would drive housing prices even further. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw is already producing results. We've had a 30% increase in dwelling units, a quadrupling of row housing approvals in mature areas, a significant reduction in variances and rezonings. But meanwhile, the majority of growth is still happening in the suburbs. We're not seeing runaway infill. We're seeing modest, policy-aligned uptake. The bylaw is finally allowing Edmonton to grow inward a little more effectively, just as City Plan envisioned. Next slide, please. The narrative has shifted recently. We've heard a lot of people say they didn't see this coming, and that the process wasn't transparent, or that 8 units per lot is too much, but the work behind this bylaw started years ago. Merging RF1, RF2, and RF3 was identified in the infill roadmap in 2018, 7 years ago. Then 5 years ago, in 2020, the city plan was adopted and established direction for zoning bylaw changes to provide 50% of new homes through infill, citywide at a variety of scales, densities, and designs. The bylaw itself went through years of open houses, feedback tools, zone testing, industry engagement, and council discussion. It was one of the most collaborative planning processes Edmonton has ever seen. The 8-unit limit also isn't a blanket permission. It only applies to larger lots, and even then, many builders choose fewer units. We need more clarity in education, but we don't need less ambition. Next slide, please. We know there are concerns, and we share them. We want people to like the infill developments in their neighborhood. Some recent infill projects have missed the mark in terms of design, but that's not necessarily a zoning failure. It's a design challenge that we can solve. IDEA is working with industry and with administration to improve design literacy, showcase good examples, and create guidance that helps builders deliver projects that work for residents, neighbors, and the street. We support the intent behind the proposed amendments, but if we're not careful, we risk layering on new barriers that undo the bylaw's best outcomes. Next slide, please. This isn't about developers versus communities. It's about working together to build a city for everyone. We encourage council to stay the course. Let's refine the RS zone with care. Let's celebrate what's working in the new zones we've developed, and let's continue working together, industry, residents, administration, and council, to make Edmonton a place where everyone can belong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guest Sedgwick. Guest Ochoa.
Yeah, the presentation continues. Good afternoon. I'm Mauricio Ochoa, Vice President of IDEA and the founder of FCX Developments. We build purpose-built rental housing in mature neighborhoods, projects that make it possible for more people to live close to transit, schools, and community. For us, infill isn't just a business, it's about connection. It's about building housing that's affordable, practical, and respectful of the neighborhoods we love. Next slide, please. The new zoning bylaw made a real difference. For the first time, we were able to move forward on projects without needing a rezoning process. That saves time, lower costs, and reduces uncertainty. For a small local company like mine, that's huge. Instead of spending months navigating red tape, we've been able to focus on good design, neighbor communication, and building great places to live. Next slide, please. There's a lot of talk about the pace of change, but it's not just zoning. Housing demand is growing fast. We've seen a population boom, rising rents, and more people trying to stay in neighborhoods they grew up. At the same time, CMHC MLI Select program made it possible for local builders like me to finance projects with 5 or more units, especially if we include affordability or energy efficiency. These forces came together with the new zoning. It allowed us to finally meet that demand in a responsible way. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see some of the housing that the new zoning has made it possible for us to build. The building on the left is in High Park. We replaced a rundown single house with 8 new homes on a standard 50 by 150 lot, just a block from a playground and close to future LRT. This project shows what smart, people-focused infill can do. More homes, better design, and stronger neighborhoods. For the building on the right in Grosvenor, we took a problem property on a narrow 42-foot long and turned it into 6 new homes. It's a triplex with secondary suite. It's just a few blocks from the future LRT stop and close to bike lanes. So it's a great fit for people who want really mobility options. Next slide, please. Even with the new zoning, it's still easier to build in the suburbs. In the RSF zone, you can build to 55% site coverage with 12 meters of height and no cap on the number of units. In the RS zone, used for infill, we're capped at 45 coverage, 10.5 meters and 8 units maximum. So when we say infill is more difficult, we mean it. And rolling back to the RS zone allows could make the gap even wider. Next slide, please. Another thing I want to emphasize, this isn't corporate driven. Most infill projects are built by small, locally based teams, people like me, who live here, raise families here, and care about the city. We want to build great projects. We want to communicate with neighbors. And we want to be part of the solutions, not conflict. We believe the zoning by law is a foundation we can build on. Let's improve it, yes, but let's not make it harder to deliver the very housing Edmonton needs the most. Let's not retreat from the vision that made this bylaw successful in the first place. Next slide, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Guest Choa, Guest Booth.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Booth, a professional planner with 11 years of experience in Edmonton and a member of IDEA. Today I want to focus on the technical implications of the proposed RS amendments and how we can refine them to avoid unintended consequences. Next slide, please. When the new bylaw came into effect, RF3 zoned lots were reclassified as RS, and there were several mature neighborhoods that were entirely zoned RF3. That shift already represented a reduction in development rights for many properties. RF3 previously allowed a flat 45% site coverage. The RS continues to allow 45%, but caps the number of units at 8 for interior lots, even on sites that previously could accommodate more. Now we're hearing that some are considering adjusting site coverage in RS to mirror the old RF1 standard, 28% for principal buildings. On sites previously zoned RF3, this would be a full reversal of past opportunities. A shift like this would introduce more complexity into what was designed to be a simplified, flexible zone, and it would reduce housing potential on lots that were previously recognized as suitable for moderate density. Rather than reducing site coverage, refinements to design regulations could minimize the perception of building massing. Next slide, please. Administration is recommending increased side setbacks when a side-facing entrance is provided, and a limit on the number of entrances that can face a side yard. The intent is clear, functional access and privacy, but these two changes together could create some problems. A row house needs multiple entries. If you can't put them all on one side, you need to split them, which would trigger increased setbacks on both sides. We recommend that portions of the building a certain distance away from the entrances have a smaller minimum setback, and that the restriction on the number of side-facing entrances should be removed. We'd also like to see some additional analysis to assess how these requirements would interact on standard lot widths. Next slide, please. The proposed changes to the fixed building length cap are another concern. The narrower we make row house units, the harder it becomes to provide 3-bedroom units. Also, many infill sites with deeper lots will be left with significant areas of otherwise usable land going unused. In many cases, this proposed cap is more restrictive than the previous mature neighborhood overlay. Some ways to remedy this could include using a sliding scale based on lot depth, providing exemptions for larger sites, or allowing some flexibility when design elements like stepbacks or breaks in massing are used. Next slide. There's been public pressure to reduce the 8-unit maximum in the RS zone, but we believe this would be a mistake. Most RF1 lots were already eligible for 6 units before the new bylaw. RF3 lots could exceed 8. When the new zoning bylaw was finalized, the 8-unit limit was a clear compromise, providing additional housing options without opening the door to significant change. Let's not reduce it further and make projects like the one shown on this slide impossible. This development would not be achievable with a reduction in unit numbers, and developments with 4 principal units would not be achievable with 28% site coverage on most standard lots. If changes to the zoning bylaw make RS projects infeasible, builders might respond by seeking rezonings to RSM. That would reintroduce red tape, delays, and risk, precisely what this bylaw was designed to avoid. Next slide, please. One of the best outcomes of the new bylaw has been the increased opportunities to develop mid-rise and mixed-use projects in nodes and corridors. The medium-scale and mixed-use zones are performing well, and they align with city plan, but they won't be enough. Our housing needs and our infill goals require contributions from every part of our neighborhoods, not just along main streets. RS is a critical part of that system. It supports housing diversity in the middle of neighborhoods, not just at the edges. Let's keep that in mind as we fine-tune. The zoning bylaw is a strong foundation. We support administration's desire to improve outcomes, but we need to be careful with how we amend the bylaw. Let's avoid layering on complexity that undermines what we've already achieved. Let's preserve a zoning framework that actually works for industry, communities, and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Booth. Guest Bomback.
Yes, I should have some slides as well. Perfect. My name's Brett Bombach. Thanks for your time. I'm 40 years old, and I live here in Edmonton with my wife, Janelle, my 2 daughters, Elise and Nora, and they're up on the screen now for a little change in tone, because I speak for them as well. I'd like to tell you a bit about me because I'm an oversharer. Like many folks in our city, I think stories like mine, stories of regular working families, are often underrepresented in discussions and, importantly, consultations about city policy. I moved to Edmonton in 2003 from Medicine Hat. As the son of a brickmaker and a school secretary, I moved here to attend the U of A. I finished my degree with approximately $80,000 in debt. When my wife and I decided to purchase our first home, our options were limited. We found accessible and affordable housing in a new developing area of the city outside the Anthony Henday. It was a small condo, but it was home, and it was what we could afford at the time. However, we knew early on that we wanted to live in the center of the city, so we saved up our money, and after a few years, we were able to purchase a small fixer-upper in Crestwood. As our family grew, we were able to find another home 10 years later in 2021 that better met our needs, a few blocks away, still in Crestwood, where we were starting to develop our roots and our kids were going to school. We knew we had found our forever home, and we looked forward to our kids growing up there. We made a significant investment in renovations afterwards to make it perfect for us. Little did we know that in the background, the city was planning an indiscriminate densification strategy that would move the goalposts on us, upend our home, our neighborhood, and negate an investment 20 years in the making. And I'll ask you to change the slide. This is our home, just a few days ago, actually. We're right in the middle there. My colleague in front of me will have to forgive me for not seeing this coming. While the city was having meetings during the day with developers and other targeted stakeholders, my wife and I, and many others like us, middle-aged and middle class, were working. In the evenings, we coached our kids' soccer games. We drove our kids to their music lessons. We mowed the lawn for our elderly neighbors. The new zoning bylaw came into effect without the consent or meaningful awareness of the folks who were about to bear the brunt of it. For me, the lots on either side of my home were purchased by a developer in short order and were now flanked by the construction of 2 interior 8-plexes whose permitted design is incongruent with their street's character or even its basic design characteristics. Now, I want to say there's one thing that I and many of my neighbors, friends, colleagues here today agree on, the concept of gentle density, something the city likes to say about its efforts. We need housing in our city. No one disagrees on that. But the reality of this bylaw is it is anything but gentle. Increasing the number of dwellings on a street by effectively 8 times is not gentle. They were allowed to build 6 before, but that wasn't happening, and we all know that here. I'll let the many others here today share examples and images of the disorder it's created, that we live through every day, and how it's resulted in developments that lack context and alignment with their neighbors. I'm so grateful for the work of the Residential Infill Working Group and Neighborhoods United, who've put together thoughtful recommendations that acknowledge the need for development, but seek to find win-wins, something the city should have done from the start. I support the recommendations of the Residential Infill Working Group. Now, the damage is unfortunately done for me. These properties will get built, they're being built. I'll be unable to sell my home and recoup my investment. I'm here for the rest of you as a cautionary tale. What I would like to ask the Urban Planning Committee and by extension Council today is 2 things. 1, hear us, don't just listen. Hear our stories. It's okay to admit that there were mistakes and missteps in implementing the new zoning bylaw. You have one chance to make it right here, and I urge you to hear your constituents and make it right today. Seek density that respects its surroundings. In the 1-year review, this is number 2, I don't see anything that speaks to the zoning bylaw's success. A lot of people are talking about success today. Sure, you have built doors, but how do we know that all this supply is actually meeting a demand? I think you should ask administration the hard question. What have we achieved? Have we achieved affordability? Have we achieved accessibility? I think you'll find you actually don't have the data. So why continue to push on at this unprecedented rate without regard for the communities most affected who are begging to be heard? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, if I may, I'll have to go back to our conduct of the meeting here. That okay. So can we just agree no outbursts though? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guest Bombeck, is that correct? Bombeck. Bombeck, thank you, guest Bombeck, for your presentation. Guest Spellacy.
Good day. My name is Joe Spellacy. I'm a long-term Crestwood resident. I'm new to this issue, having only really come to grips with it 6 to 8 weeks ago. I got that from an email from a neighbor who a development was going beside. That is not notice. That is not information. That is not communication. This review is important because council should be assessing whether outcomes of the bylaw enacted in January 2024 meet the city's legal obligations as well under the Municipal Government Act. An expert that the city itself consulted, Sandeep Agrawal, director of the School of Urban and Regional Planning at the U of A, is quoted November 24th, 22 as stating, "It's absolutely the most important aspect of how the city regulates a community." He's talking about communication. So I think community involvement is absolutely key, and it will empower Edmontonians to see how the city should be shaped around them. As all my neighbors here have said, we're not against densification. It just shouldn't be densification for the purpose of making new doors. This bylaw and the development is now allowing has to be paused while the city completes real due diligence. What has been done to date falls well short. Council has broad legislative authority to pass bylaws under the Municipal Government Act, but it's not without limits. They must pass bylaws that are within the scope of the authority. And this includes under Section 3 of the Act, which states the purpose of municipality is to include to provide good government, foster well-being of the environment, foster the economic development of the municipality, and provide services, facilities, or other things that in the opinion of council are necessary or desirable. But they also have to, for the purpose of developing and maintaining safe and viable communities. Section 617 of the Act then dovetails with that, and that states the purpose of your land use bylaws that you're allowed to make in regulations. It states that plans and related matters may be prepared by the city, A, to achieve the orderly, economical, and beneficial development and use of land, and B, to maintain and improve the quality of the physical environment, without infringing on the rights of individuals for any public interest except to the extent that is necessary for the overall greater public interest. And if you look at the surveys that have been done and you hear the people here, the greater public interest is not being served. This means it's not enough for the city to say the goal of the criteria. The bylaw must actually accomplish this. Council should be asking itself, what are the outcomes of the implementation of the bylaw since January 24? And are those outcomes meeting the aforementioned objectives, and what is the evidence showing this? City's administration has not provided enough or cogent information or evidence to enable council to do its due diligence in determining this. At best, city administration provided an inadequate report based on 1-hour meetings over Google with 29 unidentified individuals who were asked a series of questions about the bylaw. 12 developers, 17 residents, all done before December 2024, before any of these people here knew what was coming down the pipe. Where are the reports that enable the city to assess A, whether the bylaw has had the effect of developing and maintaining safe and viable communities? Where are the reports that state whether the bylaw has achieved the orderly, economical, and beneficial development and use of land? Where are the reports where the bylaw serves to maintain and improve the quality of the physical environment? Since the bylaw came into effect, development in some areas has progressed at a significant, aggressive speed. Your own councillor last month acknowledged this as an issue. At City Council public hearing in May, Councillor Hamilton said they were, quote, talking about development on a 10, 20, maybe 30-year horizon, but that a community like Meadowlark is seeing aggressive development within 18 months with some 50% of houses on a street being redeveloped, acknowledging that it was strengthening the infrastructure, but nothing was done on that comment. Outcomes of aggressive, unchecked redevelopment include adverse effects on access to emergency service. There's nothing in your study about that. Mobility, the traffic congestion and parking, infrastructure, schools. Now, schools aren't the city's responsibility, but are you working with the province to ensure we're not going to have to bus a whole bunch of children out to suburban schools? Daycare, the environment, as we heard, the waste management going on. The information is lacking. The implications for neighborhoods will be irrevocably impacted. I strongly encourage the city to do its due diligence properly and determine whether it has met its legal obligations. There is nothing to show that this bylaw as it stands addresses affordability and sustainability. Should you choose to risk exceeding the scope of the legislative authority, We know that our province is unfortunately too happy to step in. That would be extremely unfortunate. If we have to revert to the courts, that too is unfortunate. And I'll borrow from Justice Lima's recent decision in Calgary, where they are doing blanket zoning, but only for 4 units at a time. We're doing double that.
Thank you.
But he
guest-
says it can
thank
be
you,
at the
guest
ballot
Phil.
box.
Sorry, I gotta cut you off there. Guest Gerardo. Guest Matt Gerardo. Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Guest Gerardo? Matt Gerardo? I'm sorry, we can't hear this speaker. I'm gonna ask maybe if you wanna log out. Oh.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. Okay, we'll restart the
Sorry about
clock.
that.
We'll restart the clock.
Sorry about that.
Yep, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. My name is Matt Gerardo. I'm a resident of Belgravia, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Let me begin by saying I support the goals of Bylaw 20,001. We need more housing. We need more diversity in our housing types, and we absolutely need infill to help revitalize our mature communities. But implementation matters, and that's where I believe we've gone too far. We've swung the pendulum from over-regulation to overly lax regulation. And that's not reform, that's abdication. We've removed many of the tools that previously helped ensure infill was integrated, respectful, and livable. Mature trees are routinely cleared. Oversized developments are being dropped into narrow residential streets with little regard for context. This is particularly impactful when done mid-block. Neighboring homes lose sunlight, lose privacy, and residents feel like they've lost any say on changes impacting their homes. I'm not against density. In fact, I love good infill. It brings new vitality, new families, and new investment to older neighbors. But I can't stand the kind of infill that's built with no regard for neighboring properties, the kind that cuts corners, ignores aesthetics, and bulldozes everything in its path. You can always tell the difference between a builder who cares, who protects trees, considers design, reaches out to neighbors to establish contacts, works within the character of the street, and one who doesn't. And here's the thing, better design doesn't always cost more. It just takes more thought and consideration. Council has said this bylaw is delivering more permits, more units, more housing choice. But let's also be honest about the trade-offs. We've opened the door to bad actors. We've seen a drop in design quality. We've lost meaningful oversight on landscaping, tree retention, and scale of new builds relative to existing homes. As we've increased community tension, because although administration insists that public is informed and has been involved in this process, people feel they no longer have a voice. In new suburban developments, density is introduced carefully. Builders follow architectural guidelines, use curated materials, and place multifamily homes where they make sense, along main roads, near amenities, close to transit. Builders are used to those rules. They accept them because they help create communities people want to live in. We should expect the same level of care in our mature neighborhoods. Bylaw 20001 could be a great tool for that, if it's rebalanced. I'm not calling for a return to red tape. I'm calling for smarter regulation. Let's give builders clear, consistent expectations. Let's ensure what gets built actually contributes to the neighborhood. As I've detailed in my letter to this committee, this means better tree protection, better landscaping standards, modest design guidelines that ensure a baseline of architectural quality, thoughtful rules that manage building transitions, shadows, infringements on sightlines, and the feeling of being built on top of instead of being next to. Preventing mid-block overbuilds would go a long way to address these. Changes proposed by administration to address mid-block entrances with additional side yard setbacks and requiring front-facing entrances to maintain neighborhood character is definitely a step in the right direction. These aren't radical ideas, and they're not anti-development. They're pro-community. Yes, the development community may push back, but we have to recognize their incentives. Build fast, build economically, maximize square footage. Regulation exists not for the builders doing great work. It exists for those who won't, unless they have to. Good developers and builders will step up. They can adapt to regulation. They can innovate to achieve their goals while mitigating unintended consequences and without increasing costs. They'll follow clearer rules if they're fair and predictable. What we need is a system that rewards care and thoughtfulness and reins in those who race to the bottom. Good builders already go above the minimum, but we need a stronger floor for those who won't. The current bylaw puts density above all else, but Edmonton deserves more. We should aim not just for more homes, but for better communities. This is not a referendum on whether we need infill. We do, but we must ask ourselves, what kind of city are we building? Let's bring the pendulum back
I'm sorry, Matt.
towards the middle.
I'm sorry, Guest Gerardo. I have to cut the time there. Thank you very much for sharing.
That's okay. Thanks very much.
Yeah, Guest Peterson. Michelle Peterson.
Michelle indicated that she had to step out.
And do we add her to a future panel, or do we?
Once all other speakers have gone, you could do a call out at the end for any speakers that may have missed their time.
Okay, and I guess they always have the chance to speak at the public hearing. Like, it's not a legal requirement. We have to hear from someone today. Is that correct?
If it's as you've approved them, if they are available, we should hear from them. But if they are not available at the time you do the next call out, then
okay. So we'll start a kind of a runoff list at the end of the meeting. We'll do a call out just one more time. Is that correct?
Yeah, by all means, you may do that. It's a little less strict, Councillor Jans, than the public hearing process. Procedural fairness is not owed in the same way.
Okay, excellent. We'll hold for that then. Guest Lanny.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Once again, please lean into these mics. They're very, very weak. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee. My name is Paul Lanny, and I am the President and CEO at Averton. I'm also the Vice Chair for the Board of Build Edmonton Metro. At Averton, we build a range of different types of housing, from single to multifamily, from suburban to our core neighborhoods. I have worked hard throughout my career thus far to ensure my company and the industry that I'm a part of has a positive impact on the cities in which we develop, especially the city of Edmonton. I'm proud of the impact that our industry has had, including the countless hours that have been volunteered in collaboration with the city in projects like the one I'm here to speak about today. Excuse me. The zoning bylaw is a critical tool for city building, and as a set of regulations, it truly shapes the kind of city we'll be able to expect in the future. Our zoning rules provide a toolkit that is more directly connected to Edmonton's ability to solve the housing crisis, by providing more options in responding to changes in the market and in building codes. The standard zones that have been created are far more workable than what the previous bylaw contained. Through careful consideration, the rules enable more housing as a key outcome of zoning and ensure requirements are clearly defined, leading to a number of positive outcomes, including efficiency, housing diversity, and greater options for people to stay in their existing neighborhoods. The pace by which new housing is coming on stream speaks to the success of the bylaw. We are seeing more housing being supplied more quickly, ever important in a city and region that has seen a rapid increase in its population. With more and more people flocking to Edmonton, maintaining a path to supply is critical for keeping homes attainable and affordable. But beyond maintaining affordability, the zoning bylaw also fosters creativity and evolution to meet the dynamic needs of the population. Change in the way we live and work is ever accelerating, and what we have today is a regulatory system that supports ongoing change, starting with the city plan, working in concert with district plans, and providing on-the-ground direction with the zoning bylaw. If there's one thing we can be sure of, it's that change is inevitable. Part of the responsiveness that we appreciate through the implementation process so far is that there has been opportunity to fix things that are not working. I am encouraged to see the omnibus amendments have fixed minor errors and omissions, and even more encouraged by administration's report acknowledging that a number of more significant changes are under review and will be brought forward in the future for amendment. I know there are concerns with some of the outcomes that have emerged from the new bylaw, particularly the massing and concentration of eightplexes in some areas. Mid-block development is a challenge at the best of times, and I would agree that with many that loading primary entrances within side yards is not a great outcome, for example. The reality is that everyone has a different definition of what it means to do the right thing, especially when it comes to housing, design, and landscaping. Some of the new housing we have been seeing simply isn't great. The idea of density at all costs is not the intention of the regulations. And as a proponent of good city building and improved design outcomes, I also want to see these problems addressed through amendments. What administration is proposing is absolutely a step in the right direction. Perfection in a complicated regulatory document like the zoning bylaw will always be a challenge, but I want to encourage the committee, city council, and administration to continue down the path that we are on, which is one of continuous improvement and refinement. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Guest Lunny. Guest Butterfield.
Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. My name is Lindsay Butterfield, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Policy for Build Edmonton Metro. Our organization represents over 500 member companies in the metro region to ensure more people and businesses choose to live, invest, and thrive here. It's my pleasure to be here today to talk about the zoning bylaw implementation. I want to start just by sharing that this one-year update provided by city administration is one of the better reports I've had the pleasure to read, and I get to read a lot of council reports. It's thorough but easily digestible, lists positive outcomes of working with this bylaw while also being very transparent about the challenges. So first things first, thanks to the team and administration for this report. And then second, I just want to say that my remarks today are aimed at the entire zoning bylaw and its implementation. We're hearing a lot about one issue today, and that's very important, but I want to speak to the zoning bylaw in its entirety. Edmonton, since this bylaw has gone into effect, has undergone tremendous change. We all know that Alberta and Edmonton are subject to regular booms, and history has not let us down recently. The most significant population boom we've ever experienced is right on top of us right now, with people streaming in from Canada and from around the world. At last week's real estate forum, held just a few blocks away from here, ATB's chief economist, Mark Parsons, made a point of illustrating just how desirable our city is, with dramatic changes in work patterns, allowing people to move here from other provinces but keep their jobs and work remotely. The affordability and quality of life offered here was on full display, and statistically on full display compared to other cities in Canada. There's a huge attraction here. And even if immigration numbers slow under federal policy, growth here in our city is not going to stop. It turns out that people do want to live and thrive here, which is welcome, but not without challenges. So while this population boom has been happening, another key force is at work in the form of funding and incentives. It's already been mentioned, the Multi-Unit Mortgage Loan Insurance Program, or MLI Select, offered by CMHC, has played a huge role in our province to incentivize new housing, and specifically multi-unit housing. And you can see that in the statistics for our housing outcomes from this report. The Housing Accelerator funds provided by the federal government provided another stream of incentives for infill. And so these are not without impact in terms of what we're seeing on the ground. The result of that is a shock to the system. And yet there is still a housing shortage in our city based on the number of people moving here. Vacancy rates are so low that if you're a newcomer to the city and not quite ready or able to purchase market housing, you have a challenge on your hands. So what does this have to do with the zoning bylaw? Well, what we have is a key set of planning regulations that's actually working really well to help Edmonton provide housing supply, and maintaining that healthy supply is critical for our ability to maintain affordability. There's more to do, but this bylaw puts us on the right path. The problems that have been identified through administration's report, and some that you're hearing today, after that first year of implementation, definitely need work. There are fixes that have to be made. working through those fixes, whether they are changes to improve design of infill buildings. We need to right-size bicycle parking requirements. We need to adjust retail requirements in residential towers, and all of those need to be the business of the city's zoning team in consultation with all stakeholders. The zoning team released a draft of their proposed amendments late on Friday afternoon to address this 8-plex issue, and it is a good first step. I will admit that we need a little bit of time to evaluate the proposal with some of our members, so I can't speak definitively on it today, but this is the kind of ongoing work that needs to be brought forward to keep the zoning bylaw responsive to the market and our communities, and evergreen as a toolkit. So I urge the members of committee and council to stay the course. Edmonton is a leader in Canada, and I think we deserve a community that has a regulatory framework that focuses on providing choice, enabling housing supply, and introducing the opportunity to make our existing neighborhoods more sustainable, vibrant, and affordable. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Ms. Butterfield. And Ms. Shillington, you're online.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members of Council and Urban Planning Committee. My name is Elise Shillington, Senior Development Manager at Kentiro and Chair of the New Communities and Growth Committee for Build Edmonton Metro. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here to offer a Greenfield-specific perspective on the one-year review of the zoning bylaw. First, I want to recognize the city's bold step in modernizing the zoning bylaw. 1 year in, we're seeing tangible results, record-setting permit volumes, and improved housing supply. All are clear indicators that parts of the bylaw are working well. Excuse me. We especially appreciated the increased flexibility it has introduced, which has helped move projects forward more efficiently. That said, flexibility alone isn't enough. For the bylaw to continue unlocking growth, we need to act on items requiring further analysis based on feedback that industry has provided and the observations of city administration. These are real, on-the-ground barriers that continue to constrain our ability to deliver housing at the pace Edmonton needs. For examples, issues like alley access for mid-block row housing in developing areas, buffer requirements impacting site planning, and circulation challenges on larger sites all impact greenfield delivery timelines and project viability. They're not theoretical concerns, they're operational ones. We know they're already on administration's radar, but we need to action them now. To be clear, we support the city's continuous improvement approach, but with the scale of growth we're experiencing, refinements can't wait until the perfect moment. They need to be prioritized and implemented now so we don't lose momentum that the new bylaw has helped us build. Build Edmonton Metro and its members are committed to working collaboratively with administration to get this right. The zoning bylaw has set a strong foundation, and now is the time to reinforce it by removing the known barriers and enabling more predictable, responsible developments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Guest Shillington. Guest Gabert? Je ne parle français. Gabert? Is there Tyler Gabert or Gabert with us?
Yes, hi there, thank you.
Hi, Tyler. Sorry, how do I pronounce your name?
Gobert, actually, it's German, so thank you.
Third option, I missed it. Okay.
No, that's okay. I won't be very long.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, Council and Urban Planning Committee. My name is Tyler Gobert. I'm a resident of the Belgravia neighborhood in Edmonton. And I really wanted to get on here today to stand with thousands of Edmontonians who are organizing in opposition to the current zoning and bylaws and bylaw with this district plan. It's been a challenge in our neighborhood and many. Densification certainly is a positive and is something that we need, but it seems that the basis of what this means has really been thrown out. And without the proper architectural controls, I think those standards will be thrown out and not enforced. That includes things like tree canopies, the tree canopy, the landscaping. And really, when we look at it, community is how we create relationships and the positive, vibrant neighborhoods that we're seeking to have. And how do we make sure that that continues with some of this bylaw that's being put in place? So again, I stand with so many of these Edmontonians who are standing up and saying, I think there's more that needs to be looked at here. The growth in Edmonton has been significant, but it actually is slowing. And I'm looking at, what corner housing and different units in my neighborhood where now there was one house before, and it is too expensive for average family to buy the lot because the land has inflated so much. And now someone is coming and it's in an upzoning area, so it's no longer an 8 unit. It can go up to 16 units. And I think this population increase in these areas needs to be handled with more care and more discernment. And thank you for hearing me out today and expressing my opinion.
Thank you very much. I'll do one more call for guest Peterson. Hearing none, we'll go to now questions of panel 2. So if panelists, if you can just stay in your seats here, if anybody got up, if you want to come back to your seats, we can go to questions, and I invite my colleagues to jump on the board if you would like to speak to folks. So, Councillor Knack, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans, and thanks everyone on this panel. Maybe Ms. Hardstaff and anyone else from the Residential Infill Working Group who wants to jump in. I just want to go through your recommendations. So what I'm reading, first bullet point, you're supporting of the change of the 25-meter length wall or 50% site depth. What I wanted to ask about that, because it says you support it, so I'm assuming you're supporting it. I was debating the option of, do we split up site coverage? That was the first idea that had entered my head. I heard this idea as maybe a way to accomplish the same thing. So did you compare those two options, or like why did you settle on supporting what's before us versus a different option?
Well, I drew up and modeled a bunch of different options.
Yep.
And I drew a line at 20 meters, and I tried to kind of compare the different types of housing types. And we did recommend 20 meters maximum length and 50% of lot depth, but quite some time ago. Yeah. And we just kind of sawed it off at 20 meters. But I actually think having the percentage of, like 50% percentage of lot depth, I agree with I think IDEA even mentioned this, but also administration, that it kind of provides some flexibility and context with the depth of the lot. So, I mean, in answer to your question, yes, we modeled it, and I think that actually would be effective enough to reduce the length of the building and deter for unit row housing mid-block, and would really not necessarily require splitting up the site coverage. Okay. But I mean, another thing what we were saying in our presentation is just about development patterns. Mm-hmm. Like there are two distinct development patterns in Edmonton. One, the traditional development pattern where you've got rear lanes and you've got front buildings aligned and rear buildings aligned. And then in the suburban areas, you've got just one home, and often it's access from a front driveway. So, what we're doing is kind of mixing the two. We're mixing housing types that don't fit in the traditional development pattern by putting one building with a large site coverage on a lot.
Sorry, we'll have to do we're going to probably have multiple rounds here. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to go to Speaker Bombach. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. I think you had spoke about just the importance of having data and metrics to be able to point to demonstrate success. What sorts of metrics or data would you be looking for? I'll be asking the administration that, so I just wanted to.
That's a great question. I think you want to go back to the very beginning, right? Why did we make the changes that we did, right? So you would start with some goals. So affordability, accessibility. So to me, a review wouldn't be complete of this zoning bylaw change without knowing, are we hitting some of those targets? I guess let me put it to you this way. Let's say we're having traffic accidents, right? Lots of traffic accidents. So we decide we want to stop the traffic accidents, and what we're going to do is we're going to have more red lights. So at the end of your review, you wouldn't stop and say, did we get more red lights in place? That doesn't tell you if you stop the traffic accidents. So, I'm not necessarily an expert on this topic, but I think you'd want to be able to show that people who are coming to Edmonton are getting housed, they're finding housing within these mature neighborhoods that are being affected, and it's meeting their needs.
Great.
What I see in my neighborhood, sorry, just one more thing, is row houses going up beside me that are aiming for 3,000 plus of rent in those. So
Okay, and I'm just mindful of my time, so thank you so
Totally,
much for those
totally.
answers. So
Yep.
really hearing the affordability and accessibility piece in terms of those metrics and underlying goals. Really quickly, I also want to go to Victor Levers. Thank you so much. Really appreciated the lens you brought around climate action, and just wanted to check if you were familiar with some of the work being done on the climate resilient planning and development framework. That was a motion that came out of the previous zoning conversation. So when we passed the bylaw, we said more work needs to be done around climate resilience. And I'm out of time. Sorry. I'll ask.
But I am on the board, and I will say what Councillor Salvador said. Guest Leafers, do you want to speak to it?
He's not familiar.
Okay.
I've hired him.
I had a
Just
couple.
kidding. I'm very familiar.
Well, I had a couple of other questions for guest leafers as well too. I couldn't read all of this. I couldn't read all of it in fast enough. But are the suggestions you mentioned encapsulated within the feedback of the RIWG letter? The moving landscaping to the table, the requiring the deposits, those other pieces. Will those address the majority of what you were talking about in terms of peak flow, etc.?
Well, they'll deal with some of it, but the reality is that the city is becoming hotter, and many of the things that we've done, removing trees, having whole lots with mostly hard surfaces, not collecting any of the rainwater, and all the water that it would evaporate and cool things. That's not helping.
Appreciate that.
We're going backwards.
Yeah. Guest Faulkner, I also couldn't write fast enough. You were sharing all the dimensions of your neighboring property. Is it possible to just email that to council so we can take a look? Because I think a question I have is, if we make changes, what can still be built? And so I'd be very curious, the modeling there. I'm not sure if you could share that.
Sure, I could send those to you, and you can also get them from the development office because I got them straight from the plans.
Oh, excellent. Okay, good suggestion. I'll yield my time and go to Councillor Stevenson.
Well, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on that question of metrics because I think it's an important one, sort of outputs versus outcomes. So just, again, we can follow up with city staff, but would one of the metrics maybe sort of population growth in neighborhoods, so accommodating more people?
Yeah, I think that it could. Certainly, it would behoove the administration to demonstrate that the development is occurring in an area that needs it, that it's developing in an area that demands it. Because right now, what we're all talking about, everybody up here is talking about the development, is really talking about supply. And so I'm really, really curious about what the demand has been, and has the supply met that demand? I just don't see it. Again, I'm not an expert. I would love to see, what the administration could bring forward on that.
Yeah, I think for me that makes me think. So population growth, certainly we have the census, which I think is generally showing, significant population declines from 1970 and then sort of rebounding in neighborhoods where there has been more infill. Affordability, I think, there was a report last month that highlighted Edmonton as the most affordable of the 6 major cities, and even sort of on average in Canada. And then I think the other point you're getting to is that vacancy as well, is are we, we don't want to see 10% vacancy, although that is good for affordability. But certainly I can follow up with those questions and just see how we can. Again, I think the data that we're generally seeing is supporting that, but I'll certainly ask city staff a bit more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anybody else for the first round? Councillor Knack.
Thanks. So Councillor Jan's asked about some of the landscaping pieces already, about the infill working group. I get the ask about the no main entrances. I'm still maybe slightly confused just on the recommendation about a secondary suite entrance only having one step, and maybe I'm not sure what that's solving. So if you don't mind helping me on that particular one, I think that's the only one I didn't understand from it.
Okay, well, just to clarify too, there shall be no main entrances accessed from the interior side setback.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they're facing the side setback or they're direct toward the front street. We're basically saying no entrances. And I just want to point out that IDEA shared some pictures in their letter where they had showed quad, like sort of quad design where you've got 2 front and 2 rear entrances. We'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I agree. I
So
agree.
the secondary suite entrances, not having more than 1 step, I took a picture, I didn't have time to share it, but it's got 4 secondary entrances.
Yeah.
You walk along a sidewalk, you go up 3 steps, 2 feet, and then there's a door, and then you go down 2 feet, and then you go along, and then you go up 3 steps, and there's a door, and then you go down, and it just goes up and down like that. How would you maintain that in the winter?
Yeah.
There's no railings. So what we're saying is, you know, how do you get a lawnmower through, or a wheelchair through, or a child stroller? So we need access. So
That's
that's
helpful.
why.
Okay, so-
We want to see the stairs either recessed into the building or interior.
Does the 1.9 meter change if going from 1.2? Does that like
The
to me,
1.9
I'm
meter
curious
just
as to-
pushes the building farther back. In my view, it doesn't accomplish what is.
Okay.
It doesn't solve the problem, which is the impacts of nuisance and comings and goings and also access.
Yeah, the
1.9
access piece
meters
makes
just
sense.
basically takes space away from the building and it pushes it back. To me, it's more flexible to just say
It's the
no
access piece.
entrances in the side setback.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to understand that a little more. I think I've asked most of them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no further speakers, or sorry, no further questions from committee or guests, then we will thank panel 2 very much for your time and presentations. Just because we didn't ask you a question doesn't mean we won't have any. We might have them for administration later. So thank you all very much for coming out and sharing today. Really appreciate it. As you can tell, we have a couple more panels to get through. The next is panel 3. I'm going to look to the clerk. Do you want me to read them out, or do you want to?
Yes, please, if you could read them out as well as their numbers so that they know where to sit.
Excellent. So, guest 1 will be Tracy Carson. Tracy? Excellent. Please come on down. Guest 1. Guest 2, Stephen Grant, remote. Guest 3, Sherry Kowalchuk, remote. Guest 4, Elaine Soles. You'll be number 4 over here. Guest 5, John Collier. Guest 6, John Soltis. John, guest number 6. Guest 7, Nathan Thiessen. Or remote, yeah. Nathan Thiessen, remote. Guest 8, Mayvie Butts, Belgravia Community League, remote. Guest 9, Ryan Jakes, remote. Guest 10, Nicole Weeb, remote. Guest 11, Rob Smythe, come on down. Guest 12, Stephen Lakey. Am I saying that correctly? Steve Lakey? Yeah. Guest 13, Debbie Cronwit Martin. Number 14. Oh, yeah, remote. Paul Stocco, remote. And then guest 15, Mark Hellman. Mark Hellman, yeah, if you want to come on down here to number 15. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for their patience and decorum as we move through this and bearing with us with all of the process pieces here. Okay, first up, Tracy Carson. And if you have a presentation when you're speaking, just tell the clerk they can pull it up for you.
I have no presentation.
Okay.
I'm more speaking to what's been talked about here today. We are in Duggan, and what is proposed beside us is mid-block. We have no alley, and there's no provision for parking. And it's an 8-plex. And so what we are picturing is there are supposedly 16 bedrooms going into this. It's possible that there's families, but it's also quite possible that it's 3 singles going in. So you could have 16 or more cars required on the street. And Councillor Wright was asking about the garbage, and the administration was talking about how there will be sharing, and what we have been told is that in this building, there will be 8 regular big black bins, and there will be 4 black bin sized green bins, in addition to any kind of blue bags that are going out. So I gathered the neighbors' bins, we set them out across, as the spacing is indicated, we set them out across their lot, it went all the way across my lot, not including my garbage bins. And so I'm picturing either a summer day where all of the bins are out on themselves, so where these cars are parking for this 8-plex, I have no idea, or a winter day where they're supposed to be clearing snow and we're supposed to be putting bins out, where cars are going to be parking, no idea. And so that is distressing, but also the neighbor, we're lucky enough, lucky in quotes, to be on the south side of this development, and the neighbor on the north side of it put up solar panels last year on a bungalow, and now they're going to have a 3-story megaplex next to them, rendering their solar panels useless. And so you talk about trying to make a city that, you know, is more environmentally friendly, and yet why would somebody put up solar panels in the off chance that someone is going to build one of these next to them and make them useless? And Mayor Sohi had talked about, he was talking with another speaker about the fines for the non-compliance. We had this lot didn't even have the demo permit in place before they demoed the house. And so I contacted the city about that, made a formal complaint. And so they've been issued a $1,000 fine, but a $1,000 fine to these developers is nothing. It's just part of the process. So why would they adhere to that? Or why would they adhere to any of the landscape securities? Like, it's nothing, it's part of doing business for them. So I feel like the fines need to be a lot higher for what's being done. And the final thing is that one of the developers who spoke earlier referred to, he was not pleased about the amendment here to make the space smaller, the building space smaller, because he referred to the unused space, which I would say most of the rest of us would refer to as a yard. And so I think that's sort of the difference in how we approach it versus how the developers are approaching it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guest Carson. Next up is Guest Grant, remote. Guest Stephen Grant. Going once, going twice. Guest Kowalchuk, Sherry Kowalchuk.
Hello?
Yep, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
I had sent over a slideshow, but it was past the date, so I'm not sure if the city clerk was able to put it up.
I see nods. I think they're trying to put it on the screen now.
Okay.
So if you want to begin, we can.
Sure. So first, I just wanted to start by saying I appreciate the opportunity to speak and be heard by the city. This is the first time I felt so strongly compelled to have my voice heard, as I feel so strongly that bylaw 2001 needs to be amended. I am, just tell you a little bit about myself. I am a proud Edmontonian for 44 years. I attended Steinhauer School, D.S. Mackenzie Junior High, Harry Ainley, and then graduated from the U of A. So my ties to the city are strong. I've lived in various communities throughout Edmonton and have settled my family into Belgravia. I am committed to vibrancy of our city, my children and fellow Edmontonians, new and old, young and aged, renters and homeowners. I'm a mother of 4, a business owner employing over 40 employees, all residing in Edmonton. I'm a soccer coach, I'm a realtor, and I'm a committed community builder. I know my community and I know my neighbors. And I mention all of this because I want to illustrate that I am very connected to my neighbors and that I have not come across one person who supports how far-reaching this bylaw is, except for the couple of speakers I heard speak earlier today. I support and always have supported densification, and I simply disagree with the how. Your decisions today will impact all of us for future generations. So let's take a responsible, measured approach to this and play the long game for our amazing city, our amazing growing city. So the first slide just talks about responsible densification. Some of the other people had mentioned gentle. I think it's the same sort of thing. I didn't just want to complain about the problems, so I also want to say these are some of the suggestions that I have. Maximum of 4 units per lot on interior lots. Sorry, I put the slideshow together rather quickly, so there's some things I would have changed. But on the interior lots, 4 units per lot. Allowing for community engagement and communication. And I like the term of adaptive housing because I think the problem where me and my neighbors are having the most issues with is the, I think one person, the mid-block monstrosities, I think is what the term they used. And those are mostly basically rooming houses, boarding houses, and maximum of 2.5 stories. If I could get the next slide. I think the goal when we're looking at densification, if I'm incorrect, is to add vibrancy to the community and to provide for adaptable and affordable living choices for families, seniors, students, low-income professionals, and all Edmontonians alike. And I think part of it is the fiscal viability of Edmonton to allow for affordable housing and to revitalize the core of Edmonton and to decrease urban sprawl and the costs associated with it for the city. If I could get the next slide. My opinion is that this bylaw could be improved, I guess. And I do appreciate everybody's comments throughout the whole day as I've been listening to it. I'm not saying that we should scrap the bylaw. I just think there's some things where we missed it a bit, like the 8-unit dwellings on single lots. In my neighborhood, I don't have the exact addresses in front of me, but there are developers who have purchased upwards to 17 units and trying to upzone them further. So we just go to the next slide because I see I'm taking a lot of time. So if we're looking at affordability, if you look at an 8-room boarding house and you look at roughly a $1,200 income for those renters, the landlord's making $9,600. If you look at 2 narrow houses with 2-bedroom basement suites, either over the garage or in the basement, the actual rental income is less and the cost per person is less. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. I'm just going to go through a little fast. I don't run out of time. I guess my issue is I think that we're not solving the issue with these boarding houses. The neighbors' property values are decreasing. The neighbors are losing privacy, light, and enjoyment of the home. The tenants are paying more. Honestly, I've heard of neighbors now wanting to move into the urban sprawl areas because of these types of changes. The community is losing landscaping features. There's worse drainage and environmental consequences due to increased lot coverage. This types of housing is not adaptable and tenants cannot grow in place, resulting in a more transient tenancy and reduced vibrancy. This type of housing is not desired by students or tenants when we're talking about those 8-unit micro units. Evidenced by the university rooming house is not currently operating at capacity in places like Lister Hall. The next one I'm just going to try to go over quickly is just photos, and I know the families that live in every single one of these houses. So this is what responsible densification looks like. I've got several homes in my neighborhood. I took a 30-minute walk the other day where we once had a single family home and we now have a 3-plex or a 4-plex. We have multi-generational houses. You can just flip through them. We have houses where we have disabled family members living in the basement. We have people who grow up in the neighborhood and then their parents tore down the house, and we have grandparents living adjacent to other family members and tenants in the basement. We have garage suites. We have where once there was one house, now there's 2 houses with basement suites. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't have this knee-jerk reaction to densification. I think we just need to be a little.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's the time there.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Guest Solis. Oh, Mike, keep it close, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Windsor Park Community League appreciates the opportunity to provide some comments and suggestions on the one-year review of the new zoning bylaw and the proposed amendments. We looked at the addendum and we support the idea of reducing the interior side length to 25 meters or 50%, whichever is less, which was what we were given over the weekend, but we heard today and think it's a good idea. Just doing it proportional is to the lot depth would also be acceptable to us, because we want units that are big enough to accommodate families. We support the increasing side setback to 1.9 meters when side entrances are being used, and it doesn't increase the length of the building if the length is regulated in a different way. Maintaining the clearance for steps, articulation of the facades for street and front and side facing units, the design elements for entrances so they look like entrances and not the side of a building. And I do have the next slide shows a corner row house development in the neighborhood where the front-facing unit on the corner looks like the side. That's the next slide. Yeah, that's where that is supposed to be a front, but it's a side. It looks like the side of a house. Next slide. However, we don't support a maximum of 4 entrances per flanking side on the interior lot row houses. That's going to be too noisy, too much disturbance of neighbors. And it's not, it's just not going to be pleasant on either side. And we recommend 4 front to back stacked row houses instead of 4 in a row, with 2 entrances in the front and 2 at the back. The suite entrances could be at the side, 2 per side, or they could be in the front and the back. And I have a line drawing that shows you the next slide is a line drawing that shows what's typically built is on the left and how it could be built is on the right, and would have a maximum of 2 entrances per side, and that would work quite well. Going on to the next one, we have at the current moment 5 interior lot row housing projects in Windsor Park that have been approved. Not very many have started to be built, and 2 of these are on interior lots that have a flanking walkway, but we reviewed the site plan with the development office and discovered that they aren't taking advantage of that flanking side walkway, that they have half the entrances are on the side that doesn't have the walkway. So that's a missed opportunity, and it's very unfortunate. And now the next slide shows the row house that's being built in such a location. There's the side walkway, and all 4 basement suite entrances will be off the walkway. One main entrance will be from the front, and the other 3 main entrances will be on the other side of this project, and that's really unfortunate. So we are, and this isn't unique. There are locations with flanking walkways or flanking alleys throughout the city. My next slide shows a couple of them. One is in Mill Woods. Can you advance the slides a little bit? To the next picture, please. There. That's in Mill Woods, kitty corner from my son's house. And neighborhoods like the ones in Mill Woods are built with an interior network of walkways, so there'd be plenty of properties that would have this kind of flanking side walkway that would benefit where the neighbor on the other side wouldn't have side entrances. And then the next slide shows a house in Windsor Park that has a side alley, and there are many of those throughout the city as well. So there are many opportunities to build a row housing with secondary suites that look more like the corner row houses. And we're recommending that where a flanking side alley or public walkway, that's the
I'm
next
sorry,
slide.
I'll have to stop you there. It may come to questions.
Oh, sorry.
Guest Collier, do you want to jump on it? Okay.
Okay, now for something completely different. Here's a quote from the What We Heard report. When asked about why small-scale apartment buildings were not being built compared to row housing with secondary suites, many industry respondents indicated the Alberta Building Code as a possible limiting factor. There are more stringent requirements for apartment buildings, such as the need for acoustic separation and more stringent fire rating between the units. During the many times Windsor Park has appeared in front of this committee and council to deal with the zoning bylaw, I thought we were talking about safe and quiet homes for people and families. It never occurred to me, even once, that we were actually considering second-class units that offer a lower quality of life and reduced safety for its occupants. By lower quality of life, I don't mean arborite rather than marble and chrome rather than gilded fixtures. We're talking about noise and compromised safety. Aren't we supposed to be building homes? Are we building apartments using the rules for single-family housing? We have worked with you to increase allowable density. We have worked with developers to improve higher density developments for the sake of their occupants and our community. Elaine and I have even personally spoken in favor of a 10-story development which was opposed by many residents and the League because we understand the need for densification in our area as well as the city as a whole. It is absolutely unacceptable that there is a class of residences that offer reduced fire safety and reduced noise abatement. We're not talking luxuries here to be cut to save costs. If we want denser, livable cities like they have in Europe, then we need the regulations that they have as well. Minor example being in France, all the floorings have cork underlays. Just one example. These 8-unit buildings will have possibly 20 or more residents. That's 4 or 5 families, 3 or 4 singles or couples. Why are they being built with reduced fire protection? That's crazy. What Edmonton needs, what Windsor Park needs, is more homes. They can be smaller. They can be stacked. They can be side to side. What have you? They can use less expensive finishes. They can have reduced parking. Maybe the backyard is smaller. These are all compromises that can still give good, livable homes. Homes where people and families can be happy and thrive. People may move out because they want more space or a bigger yard. They should not be moving because their home is too noisy. They should not be moving because their home is unsafe and they're afraid. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and really appreciate the presentation. John Soltis.
Hi, I live in a mature neighborhood that borders an LRT station. I'm not against infill, but there are many issues with the current zoning bylaw 20001. First, it allows spot upzoning too far into mature neighborhoods. I realize that 2.5.2.6 is in the district plan, not the zoning bylaw, but when upzoning applications come up, 2.5.2.6 is the first thing administration turn to justify ignoring citizen concerns. If it is so black and white, why bother allowing members of the public 5 minutes in the first place? In regards to 2.5.6, the issue for too many neighborhoods is that once all of the nodes, corridors, 100 meters from this, 400 meters from that, corner sites, etc., almost all of the respective neighborhood is up for rezoning. As a start, instead of requiring only a minimum of 2 criteria to be met, how about making it a minimum of 3? Second, instead of 100 meters parallel from a connector or corridor, make only the first lot eligible. This stops the spot zoning problem and builds consistency across the neighborhood. It also greatly improves predictability. My lot is in the 50 to 75 meter range from a connector. I would like to build a new garage, but now hesitate because when I sell my place, it will just be torn down to make an 8-plex, and the money I put into the garage would be completely wasted. 2. One justification for the current pace of infills is the statement that there is a housing emergency in Edmonton. Yes, emergencies happen, but what I have not seen is a definition of that emergency, what line was crossed, nor a statement of the conditions that will signal when that emergency is over. 3. Another justification for the assumed need for a high pace of infill are the population projections. I think many speakers have raised that today. This is Alberta. Population growth ebbs and wanes with the price of oil and market conditions in other provinces and territories. If we are not careful, there could quickly be a glut of housing units, and many developers could lose a lot of money. A recent May 15 CBC article shows exactly this happening in Toronto, where the condo market is in, quote, recession due to, quote, soaring supply. A senior economist at the Bank of Montreal comments in that article that, quote, Edmonton is holding up, for now. Let's ask ourselves, is this pace sustainable? 4. In the RS zone and RSM zone, the size and shape of the building going up, typically 7 and 8 plexes, are highly disruptive to neighborhoods. To alleviate this, please place a limit of 4 units maximum per standard interior lot within 40% or 20 meters, whichever is less. Reduce maximum building height to the lesser of 10 meters or 2.5 stories. All of the principal building's accesses must not face an interior side, and require a minimum of 2 parking spots. 6. My hobby is long distance running. I run all over the city. All I see is only one type of housing going up, the 7 and 8 plex. Your data analysis this morning was for RS, but if you include those lots that had been up-zoned to RSM, H12, 2 of which was across the street from me, the incidence rate of 8 plex would be much higher. So I have to seriously question every time a council member states that the new zoning bylaw supports creating more housing options for, quote, all types. It's the opposite is happening. These places are new and expensive. For example, private apartment average rent went up from $1,158 in October 2021 to $1,388 in October 2024. And no, we cannot say that, well, if we weren't adding all these units in the first place, it would be much worse. That's Econ 101 level thinking, when there's only one type of product. But try Econ 201 and you will see there are layers of supply and demand when there are several types of a product. It's like saying if we build more trucks, the price of skateboards will go down. Here, the supply is growing only in terms of expensive housing, leaving those in need of affordable housing out in the cold. 7. In my area, there's one developer with over 60 properties under development. We have a map tracking them. They're all 7 plexes, and they're all only half finished. I don't know why. And yet they recently walked door to door, pressuring residents to sell to them. This is very predatory. But given the favorable conditions under this bylaw, can you blame them? Every property is a financial windfall to them. Finally, we fortunately still live in a representative democracy. Respectfully, I would like to see some accountability, greater accountability, placed on both administration and on councillors and their election campaign promises. The councillor from my ward has become the face of infill, always the first to get up in front of a camera and say how great it is for everybody. However, in the last election, they did not campaign on infill. I kept screenshots of their campaign website. On their long list of promises, the word infill, or anything related to it, only appears once. It would quote, I will strengthen community engagement in the planning and development process to achieve better infill for better communities and ensure we pace change appropriately, and address the concerns of the surrounding community, end quote. Given their actions since the election, that was a bit of a hollow promise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Guest Thiessen, Edmonton Student Alliance.
Hello, good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee members. My name is Nathan Thiessen. I'm a university student at the University of Alberta, a proud Edmontonian, and I also chair the Edmonton Student Alliance, representing over 100,000 post-secondary students here in Edmonton who have made this city their place of study, work, and home. Thank you for allowing this opportunity to speak with this committee as part of the zoning bylaw one-year review. Today, I'm here to share the student perspective on the bylaw's first year in effect and why its proven outcomes are crucial for students who call Edmonton their place of study, work, and home, and our city's future. The affordability crisis and the urgent need for housing remains a top priorities for more than 100,000 students in the city. Precarious housing, unaffordable rents, and inaccessibility to the housing market leads to conditions for which students, Edmontonians wishing to make a life in this great city, cannot succeed if they are unable to access the foundation for growth that secure housing provides. Students need accessible and affordable housing to access their studies, services, and work, and frankly, their full potential. Edmonton's university-age population is expected to grow, putting stress on the housing supply in surrounding neighborhoods if we don't actively facilitate more housing. 1 year after its approval, the data from this review confirms that the zoning bylaw is effectively facilitating necessary housing growth. We've seen a remarkable 30% increase in approved dwelling units in 2024 compared to 23, with over 16,500 units approved. This increased supply is vital for housing Edmonton's rapidly growing population, which has increased by over 140,000 in the last 3 years. As the bylaw supports increased development and housing diversity in redeveloping areas, the bylaw allows for Edmontonians, including students, to belong to the city by being able to find affordable and accessible housing, such as apartments, which have been facilitated by this bylaw. We've also seen a significant jump in row housing approvals in redeveloping areas, approximately 4 times higher than the previous 5-year average. This supports greater population growth and housing choice in established neighborhoods, many of which are near our post-secondary institutions across Edmonton. Furthermore, the bylaw supports more gentle forms of density across the city, with secondary suites and backyard housing significantly increasing in the previous year. Alongside the diversification of housing to meet the needs of the community, the process to achieve such ends has been improved. With more permitted uses and fewer discretionary uses, with 94% of approvals being permitted uses, the bylaw has made Edmonton a place for growth. Even for complex residential developments, permitted approvals jump from 25% to an average of 58%. This streamlined process encourages investment and provides greater certainty for those building housing in our city and trickles down to those who are wishing to make Edmonton their home. Hearing from community members who have raised both concerns and support about the pace of change and impacts of infill, there's a need to be forward-looking and responsible and sustainable manner that faces the challenges of today and plans for tomorrow. The review has identified areas for refinement, such as improving design outcomes for mid-block row housing and addressing issues with parking buffers or alley access. But with the acknowledgement of this administration committed to reflect and grow through this review, and the net benefit of the overall community and the generational impact that this bylaw has had, this bylaw and its impacts is making Edmonton a better place to live and a more accessible place to live. In its first year, the zoning bylaw has proven to be an effective tool in enabling housing growth and diversity that Edmonton needs to accommodate its growing population, including its student population. The bylaw supports the city plan's vision for a compact, complete, and rebuildable city. While it is not the sole solution to housing affordability, increasing the supply and variety of housing is a critical step forward. On behalf of Edmonton post-secondary students, I urge this committee and council to continue supporting this crucial bylaw and the ongoing work to monitor and refine it based on the valuable feedback and data gathered in the first review. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Guest Thiessen. Guest Mavie Butts. Remote, Mavie? Maeve? Maeve Butts? Guest Ryan Jakes.
Yes, I'm here.
And I'm sorry, could you correct me? Is it Jakes or Jocks?
Yes, Jakes, but it should be Jacques.
It's what is the correct pronunciation?
Rhymes with cakes.
Jakes, got it. Okay.
Yep.
Ryan Jakes, you have 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Good afternoon, city councilors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on the zoning bylaw. While it is by no means perfect, I am personally in support of the fundamentals of the zoning bylaw, that it creates more housing options across the city so Edmonton has room to grow in an affordable, livable, sustainable, and responsible way. I have made my perspectives on this very clear, including in an op-ed I wrote in the Edmonton Journal back in February. I have also voiced my opinion in favor of more thoughtful and respectful development, opposing upzoning on 89th Avenue in Garneau while the Heritage Places strategy is still in the works, which would have changed one of the most historic character streets in Edmonton. So with all this in mind, I feel that on a foundational level, the zoning bylaw strikes an appropriate balance between making it easier to build infill housing and respecting the context of redeveloping neighborhoods. So respect is one main thing I'm grappling with. I know some Edmontonians, particularly homeowners with deep neighborhood roots and connections, feel disrespected by the zoning bylaw and what it allows in their neighborhood, which I think is a fair perspective. But there is another angle of respect. Is it respectful to burden young Edmontonians like myself with a sprawling city that has high housing costs, high property taxes, and high traffic congestion, as well as a high likelihood that they can't afford to comfortably live close to the action? To me, the zoning bylaw is ultimately about fairness. Higher density neighborhoods such as Wauquentuin and Garneau say they are already pulling their weight in housing Edmontonians, and that lower density neighborhoods should pull their full fair share where construction and traffic impacts are lesser. While lower density neighborhoods, mature or newer, say they were not developed in a way that is conducive to respectful missing middle infill, and that higher density neighborhoods should continue to serve the higher density needs of our growing city. Any neighborhood that restricts missing middle infill forces other neighborhoods to pick up the slack. But wait, that's not all on the fairness side. There's also the perspective of an individual and their housing. Putting all of our infill housing eggs in the downtown basket is not fair because it would force some Edmontonians to live in skyboxes when they would prefer to live closer to the ground and neighborhood streetscape in more human scale missing middle housing. This would also mean that downtown would further subsidize the property taxes of existing low density neighborhoods. Another idea that is popular is focusing infill housing development along main corridors. And while on the surface, these are natural places to increase density, often along transit routes, it should not be the only missing middle housing option because that would force some Edmontonians to live along busy and noisy main roads, potentially to the detriment of their health. On an even more granular level, we could focus infill on corner lots rather than mid-block. However, this is not fair either. Missing middle infill housing in 2024 was very gradual, outpaced by multi-unit higher density infill housing, and drastically outpaced by new housing outside the Henday. Limiting what is possible mid-block would literally decimate where missing middle housing can practically be built. It is important to note that with every additional restriction or clawback, housing affordability will worsen. All Edmontonians will have less money in their pockets. Some Edmontonians will be forced to get roommates, move back in with their family, or even leave Edmonton altogether. And worst of all, some Edmontonians will become homeless. This is not a political game. There are far-reaching effects to any changes to the zoning bylaw, and it needs very careful consideration. However, there is an amendment not recommended by admin that I would support. An 8-unit infill row house on a clear-cut lot is more environmentally friendly than 8 new single-family homes at the edge of the city that need new roads, utilities, amenities, and services. But greenery is very important for healthy and livable neighborhoods, so a private tree protection bylaw should be explored, even though this was rejected 2 years ago. In conjunction with other changes proposed by admin, I think this would give the neighborhood capital to be implemented with an appropriate balance reached in good faith, but I do not support amendments beyond these that restrict the zoning bylaw. And yeah, let's build a city that provides the opportunity for all Edmontonians to have an affordable and fulfilling life here. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Jakes. Guest Weeb, Nicole Weeb.
Good afternoon, members of the council, your worship,
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, just if you'll hold for a minute. My apologies, we're at 3:30. We have to recess for 15 minutes. If you'll excuse us, Guest Weeb, you'll be right back up at 3:45. Everybody else, we'll take a leg stretch. the chambers, we will we'll then proceed with speakers. Okay, good afternoon. We're going to call the meeting back to, 1 minute. Still got 1 minute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order, and I'll begin with a roll call. In person, we have Councillor Wright, Councillor Knack, Mayor Sohi, myself, so we have quorum, and joining us in chamber is Councillor Salvador, and Councillor Rice is here as well, too, and I believe a couple other councillors will be joining us remotely, but if they want to say hi now, Councillor Stevens is also in person. Councillor Hamilton, are you online? I think Councillor Tang is going to be here shortly, and I think Councillor Rutherford is online as well. But regardless, oh, thank you. So we are at guest Nicole Weeb had the floor. Nicole, are you still with us?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, members of the council, your worship, Mr. Mayor. Today, I'd like to simply present a widely shared residents' view on the current multiplex development that is happening in one of our mature neighborhoods, the neighborhood of Glenora. Due to the change in zoning, our neighborhood has seen a large and quick push towards multifamily development that has not gone through any sort of architectural review process or consideration for the preservation of its character. We all understand that increased density needs to happen, but good architecture and careful planning is crucial because it shapes our physical environment, influences our well-being, daily lives, and overall quality of life. Well-designed spaces can enhance health and social interaction, fostering a stronger sense of community. And I'm afraid that many of us in this neighborhood feel the development that's currently happening does none of the above. Our beautiful trees are being torn down, our character homes are being shadowed and masked beside giant complexes built by developers with zero consideration or regard for the greater neighborhood. Instead of planning for ample parking spaces, privacy, landscape, sunlight, or even garbage disposal, to name a few things, these developers are completely maxing out site coverage and height to accommodate more and more people, all to put more money in their pockets. For example, on one street in the heart of Glenora, a multiplex development is being proposed, the developer himself calling it cluster housing, with 2 3-dwelling row houses, both with basement suites, and a 2-dwelling backyard house. And how was he able to do this? He split the lot and maxed the coverage with no regard or care to the surrounding neighborhood. Another example, right down the street, the same developer who bought 3 lots in a row, each lot being an 8-plex with garage suites. It's hard to fathom how there's any possibility to have streets that are not completely crowded and congested with cars, and thereby feeling safe at all. Our neighborhood simply cannot sustain or accommodate such an increase of people. How do our schools accommodate such an influx? There's no more space in our schools currently. How do you suppose this can be remedied? Density is one thing and overcrowding is another. These multiplex complexes have the ability to destroy neighborhoods that actually used to define the core of Edmonton, that were once considered neighborhoods that we were to protect at all costs. It's devastating to think that these beautiful, mature neighborhoods are being destroyed. Zoning should not be a one-size-fits-all, and discretion is key in this instance. Thereby, the ask is simply that council slows down, puts this on pause, and takes a good hard look at this. Do further consultation with the residents themselves, try and understand the mature neighborhoods that are being affected by this, consider changes such as eliminating mid-block multiplexes, decreasing the length of multiplexes built on corners, and reducing the total amount of units. With so much riding on an ability to create and develop a successful city, are we making sure it's a place we want to live in? That's the real crux. If we don't understand or appreciate what good density looks like and what the impact of bad density is on people's long-term health and well-being, then we don't have a working basis for current and future developments. I want to thank you very much, Council, Your Worship, Mr. Mayor, for listening to me today. I very, very much appreciate your consideration as a resident of Glenora. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guest Smythe.
Thank you, and thanks for this opportunity to address Council. I am presenting today as co-chair of the Glenora Civics Committee. We too are a neighborhood heavily impacted, as you've heard in the last presentation, by the new zoning bylaw. Today there are more than a dozen eightplexes, and in some cases more than 8, currently being developed in our neighborhood, and more in the pipeline, as I'm sure you're aware. The scale of development and speculation is in basically half our neighborhood due to the Carruthers caveat. And as you've heard today, the monolithic eightplexes are out of context with the neighborhoods where they're being built. The new buildings are incompatible with the adjacent homes, other homes on the block, and homes in the neighborhood. In our strongest voice possible, we too recommend the UPC direct administration to bring back to Council amendments to the bylaw that align with the document the Residential Infill Working Group sent to Council on the weekend. We've reviewed the detailed recommendations contained in their submission and are 100% in support of these proposals. These amendments, they deal with soft landscaping, the rear setbacks that have been talked about today, design regulations, orientation, and location of entrances, secondary suite entrances, and landscaping regulations. These refinements to the bylaw will go a long way to providing more and better housing throughout our city. Our final recommendation is also that the maximum number of units be reduced from 8 to 4. I know this is a dramatic thing you've heard somewhat today, but I do want to address that recommendation. 8 units on a city lot is overreach and needs to be reduced. We see that our city goals for infill can be achieved in a reasonable time frame with a reduced number of units per lot. We know that the previous bylaw allowed for 6 units, even though very, very few were actually built. We need to take a step back and work with stakeholders to effectively move forward. There are 2 well-respected organizations I would now like to reference. Strong Towns advocates for abundant incrementalism to, as they advocate, dramatically transform housing supply. As Strong Towns explains, this strategy thickens up every neighborhood. Over time, this increases housing density from 1 home per lot to 2 skinnies, and then to 4 plexes, and over time to 6 to 8 plexes, and then to small apartments. This achieves important density targets and gives everyone time to get used to change in density in the neighborhoods where people live. This strategy would, we believe, set 4 plexes on any lot as the standard at this point in time in our city. Second reference I want to bring to the meeting today is the Federal Task Force for Housing and Climate, co-chaired by our former Mayor, Don Iveson. The task force, in their recently released report card on more and better housing, this report and other reports prepared by the organization talk extensively about the missing middle, good density, and the importance of incremental options. As noted in the task force's report, their recommendations are aligned with the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, which, to be eligible to receive funding, municipalities are required to adopt 2 conditions, one of which, and I quote here, the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund, Budget 2024, aligns closely with the blueprint recommendation I-1 by tying infrastructure funding to policy changes. Key conditions include zoning for 4 units as a right on service lots, i.e. water and sewer, in residential areas in municipalities with populations over 30K. Aligning Edmonton's zoning bylaw with the task forces and the Housing Infrastructure Fund conditions, zoning for 4 units as a right is obviously very strongly recommended for our zoning bylaw. If at some time in the future this metric needs to be increased, then a change to the bylaw can be made. Also like to point out that the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund requires municipalities to allow 4 units per lot to support infill. From very different starting points, these organizations advocate incremental infill and the development of fourplexes, in our view, to meet the need for more and better housing in cities. This is eminently reasonable and is something that should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Guest Smythe. Guest Lakey.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Lakey. I'm a resident of West Jasper Sherwood, and I'm speaking against this bylaw. Many of the things that I would have spoken about have already been said, so out of time I won't mention them, but I do feel a need to focus on a couple of things that have arisen, other things that I think need a bit more of attention. One of those is that part of the efforts of the city have been to increase investment in housing. That's fine. But I have to ask whether we really are attracting the right kind of investment. This is something that's on the minds of a lot of people, but few have really been willing to say. I see a lot of parallels starting to form between the Edmonton situation and what's happened in Vancouver and Toronto before. And, you know, is it money laundering in some cases? Is it parking money? But when I start to look at, in my own neighborhood, where a foreign investor has come in and bought up just about 2 blocks of a street, the average price of a lot for raw land has gone from about $320,000 a year ago to the floor now is over $500,000. It just somehow doesn't make sense unless, you know, there's some other reason for it. On corner lots in other neighborhoods, the price that these have been selling for is outrageous, over $800,000 in some cases. This just does not equate to creating affordable housing. They create choice, but it's not affordable. The second thing that I want to say is that I think it was one of the IDEA speakers spoke in the past that, you know, going to the 8 units on a lot is not a big deal because it used to be 6. Well, our creep up to 6 took a long time, and a lot of people were really annoyed with it. They bit their tongue, but we've got to the point where 8 really is too much. Talk about garbage, and I think somebody from administration said that they were looking at other alternatives. Well, I think if we're going to larger garbage bins for mid-block 8plexes, then when I look at the space that the garages of these 8plexes sometimes take up, there is no place for a larger bin. So I think on that basis alone, that's a reason to preclude more development of the mid-block 8plexes. Another thing is that there's a lot of people are upset with what's going on, but I think there's a confusion between zoning, design, enforcement, and even the district plans. And I do think that the city could do a better job of distinguishing between the zoning and the district plans. I was here ready to speak about 2.5.2.6, and I was told that wasn't appropriate. But if people actually knew better, they might understand a little better, be more understanding. I think other people have complained about the violations with enforcement, and I do think that it's way past time that the penalties be increased dramatically, up to and including business licenses to operate in Edmonton. I would strongly encourage that. On the MLI Select financing, this is particularly attractive in Edmonton because the standards are based on Toronto rates. So somebody can get extra points for having a discount basement suite, which in Edmonton might be almost market, but in Toronto it's cheap. So I think this is another thing where you've got to rethink the interactions with other organizations. I've heard from council in the past, members that, we can't do something about an issue because it's the Municipal Government Act or it's a building standard for the provinces or something. Well, I think for those of you who hope to be employed after October 20th, you do need to start to take a much greater interest in those kinds of things. And we're not going to be happy to hear that it's the provinces that's told us we got to do that. We would like to see a bit of action from you to change the province if that is the case. Thank you.
Thank you, guest Lakey. Guest Cronwit Martin, remote. Debbie. Guest Debbie Cronwit Martin. Clerk, are they with us? So we're trying to get them unmuted. I think she's trying to work on her audio right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Council's underlying rationale for supporting the approval of the new zoning bylaw was housing affordability and wanting to avoid urban sprawl. Recently, Build Calgary brought together industry experts to discuss how to keep housing prices in Calgary in reach of home buyers, something I would hope this council also wants to address. Wendell Cox, the principal of Demographia, which is an international public policy firm, made it clear that the cost of land is a major driver for pushing housing markets into unaffordable territory. Using data from Atlas and RBC, Mr. Cox provided information from a 2020 comparison of housing construction costs and prices across Canada. The cost of building an average price 1,500 square foot house was similar in Winnipeg at $236,000, Toronto at $247,000, and Vancouver at $304,000. It is the price of land that pushed up the housing costs. In Winnipeg, the land price was $84,000, which is 26% of the total cost of the home. In Toronto, it was $851,000, or 77% of the cost. And in Vancouver, it was $1,096,000, or 78% of the cost. Mr. Cox went on to state that urban growth boundaries drive up land prices. In Toronto and Vancouver, the natural boundaries of water and mountains limit development opportunities. In other cities, it is people-created policies curtailing where and how growth occurs. And the argument to prohibit growth is usually focused on urban sprawl. Does this sound familiar? According to Mr. Cox, the price of containment of urban sprawl is a lost housing affordability. His studies have found that in areas that have been forcing densification for many years, housing prices have actually risen to now unsustainable levels. Even densification advocates are now realizing that suburban growth is not only here to stay, but offers a cohesive and market-friendly way to spur construction and lower prices. It is critical to solving the housing crisis in Canada. Another keynote speaker to Mr. Salem Firth, an economist and expert in urban development, discussed densification. Prior to the summit, Mr. Firth toured new communities in both Calgary and Edmonton. Mr. Firth's conclusion was that the outward growth that Alberta sees is not sprawl, specifically referencing the high densities of these new communities. He went on to say that when it comes to densifying older neighborhoods, it is critical to ensure infrastructure can handle infill, and often it cannot. The City Plan Economic, Demographic, and Market Study specifically recommended that the maximum population that Edmonton could support was 1.8 million. They told the city that if they attempted to force infill to accommodate another 200,000 people, the supply would not reflect the housing preferences. More specifically, the city would destroy so many of the desired single-family homes that people would simply choose to purchase elsewhere. At the zoning bylaw public hearing and district policy update, the Urban Planning Committee, former city engineers, and Edmonton Home Builders Association, and several developers specifically told council that the existing infrastructure could not accommodate the level of infill supported in the district plans and zoning bylaw. These are people who know Edmonton and have a vested interest in its continued growth. The path we are on is not increasing housing affordability. Edmonton's housing prices went up over 10% last year. Rental rates went up 17% over the 18 months since the zoning bylaw was approved. Edmontonians have long supported reasonable infill. The increase to 8 or more units was not reasonable and higher than virtually every other city in Canada, including those with geographic growth restrictions. This level of infill is attracting speculators. There are videos, advertisements, and seminars on how to make significant profit off of Edmonton's infill zoning. The move to 8 dwelling units changed the infill market. This zoning bylaw and your policies are actually driving up costs and reducing affordability. By reducing infill to 4 units on single-family lots, possibly 6 with cottage suites, you will significantly reduce the profitability that is promoting the speculative investments that are driving up our costs. Please make the changes to the bylaw and containment policies before house prices are pushed out of reach for our families today and our children tomorrow. Thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you very much. Guest Stocko? Paul Stocko?
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for allowing me to address the mayor, council, and the committee. My name is Paul Stocko. I'm a resident of Parkview, Valley View, in the neighborhood just east of the new Loca Market, formerly the Andes IGA, which I think is a very good example of how the new can refresh and respect the old. My family and I have lived in the community we call home for since year 2000. And just this weekend, we celebrated 25 years of living in this community. And over the course of that time, we have enjoyed our neighborhood and its amenities, including easy access to the river valley and its natural infrastructure. And we made the decision over the course of our home ownership to renovate and modernize our home, both inside and outside, but to also preserve its essential character so as to seamlessly coexist within and respect the fabric of our neighborhood. I come here today to add my voice to the residents, taxpayers, and voters from mature neighborhoods who are worried that the current zoning has opened the door for undesirable and unbalanced outcomes, namely the monster multi-unit dwellings situated in mature neighborhoods that give little or no consideration to the existing physical infrastructure, including existing and adjacent homeowners, roads, sewers, access to parking, and access for emergency vehicles or garbage collection, and disregard for the natural infrastructure, including trees and plants. You've heard other speakers, including Mr. Bombach and others, talk about how the developments have impacted their homes. All of this, I think, can be summed up in the phrase disrespectful infill or disrespectful densification. In panel 1 this morning, we heard and saw a presentation from someone who took photographs on a bike ride in the neighborhood of the Park Allen neighborhood, showing the new multi-unit developments that were being constructed. I noted that all of these photographs showed homes that were currently under construction and yet to be completed. And it was conceded by the speaker that these homes were not occupied and that none of them had cars parked in front of them by actual residents. These pictures fail to show the true impact of what it would look like in these neighborhoods when the final product is completed. A new 8-unit build in mature neighborhoods represents possibly 8 to 16 cars. You've heard many speakers already address that point. And these are cars on already narrow streets. I can share with you, I recently had an ambulance that had to come to my home to pick me up. And God forbid that it was prevented access if I would have had multiple cars parked in front of my home. Luckily, that did not happen. Surely, this cannot be the balanced outcome that council is seeking to achieve heading into an election. There was also a discussion about aspirational goals of people and residents who want to be able to live in areas that they choose. While it's noteworthy that these aspirational goals require public endorsement and public facilitation, it should not be prioritized over the prior aspirational goals of people who have bought in and moved into mature neighborhoods where they have invested their money and time to preserve and renovate and protect their properties, and at the same time dutifully and faithfully pay their taxes throughout the years. We've also heard comments from other speakers about addressing the affordability and accessibility crisis, and how if this bylaw were to be walked back, it might lead to homelessness. I frankly remain skeptical of how those two outcomes are connected when eight-unit brand new builds in mature neighborhoods are charging thousands and thousands of dollars for rent. I know that the city has heard of and received suggested modifications to the existing zoning, and this does not seek to limit or prevent new infills or prevent redevelopment. I ask and urge the city and council to adopt and listen to the RIWG recommendations, to adopt and listen to the comments made by the Glenora speakers, Mr. Smythe and Ms. Wiebe. And I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Guest Hillman.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Hillman, and I've had the great opportunity to regularly speak with members of multiple communities across Edmonton through my efforts with the group, the Principled Accountable Coalition for Edmonton. While there are many concerns and fears I've heard, there are few that come up as often as fears related to those affected by this bylaw, and the effects they'll have on housing. To be clear, from what I have heard through talking with people in affected communities, no one is against growth, no one is against building more homes, and no one is against affordable housing. What people want is a council that puts the work in to cooperate with the community. What they want is to have their concerns heard. Some of these concerns, as I'm sure the time will prevent me from getting into all of them, include some obvious ones that we've heard today. So an easy one is parking. When you build a complex that has 6 or even 8 families in that complex and only allow for, on average, 4 cars or 4 lots per, that's going to cause congestion. More homes mean, and more housing means more cars. More families in an area means more cars means more parking is required. And 4 for 8 and 8plex simply is not enough. And we are going to continue to see increased congestion on these neighborhoods. So, as we build and build, not having requirements for more parking as we build these requirements is just going to add to the problem. And it's going to turn previously quiet neighborhoods into heavily congested, loud, and full of traffic. The next issue that I've heard often is affordability. When we build new housing, the hope is that it contributes to affordability, which is a reasonable and admirable goal. However, that's not what's happening in Edmonton. When we only build high-density homes, and I recognize that we have the option of building single-family homes, but the reality is we are building far more 6 and 8 unit buildings. When we build only these homes, the result is an increase in housing prices. This seems contradictory, and I know it sounds contradictory, but the reality is showing us what's happening. When we don't build single-family homes and we don't build medium and low density, all of those homes that do exist are only going to increase in price. What we have seen, as a previous speaker has pointed out, is an average increase year over year of 10% of housing across the board. This then puts pressure on the low density housing that there does exist, or the ones that we are building. And these units are commonly used for renting as well as being sold. So, despite rental units making up a large portion of these high density housing units, we've seen a staggering 17% increase in average rent prices over the past several months. This is one of the largest increases in rent anywhere in Canada. For context, the average increase in rent year over year for the previous 5 years in Edmonton has been hovering around 2%. We need to build all levels of housing, and we need to build them where it makes sense. And yes, that does still include high-density housing, but not only high-density housing. Edmonton is growing, and that is a fact that no one here denies. And from what I've heard today, I'm encouraged by how united the city is on the need to address this issue. No one does deny the need to build more housing. How we go about accommodating this growth and accommodating this need is what matters. All Edmontonians are asking for is reasonable densification where it makes sense and protection for our communities. We are asking to be listened to. We ask Council to take in consideration the concerns of residents and make decisions with our communities, not to them. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, especially for an issue as complex as housing in a city as large as Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just look to the clerk. Have any other of the missed speakers joined us? Hearing none, I'll ask my colleagues to sign up on the board if you have any questions. While we're waiting, I'll take the floor. I'll take 2 minutes if I may. So my first question to guest Carson. So I agree with you that the bins is an issue, and I heard in the administration presentation at the beginning they were looking at addressing this in some way, that there might be something else, whether it's congregate waste collection or something else. Like I know there's got to be a better way of doing it. What do you think would resonate for you when it comes to maybe not even the situation you mentioned, but just in general around the city? What would be a better solution for residential waste?
Well, I guess for me is fewer units in there, right? Like if there was 4 units as opposed to 8 units, that's half the bins. And I mean, administration saying that there was going to be bin sharing, we got from the city that the sharing would be the large green bins. That's the extent of the bin sharing.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask more questions about that of administration when that comes up then, because I'm interested. We have some apartments already that have different models, and we have some businesses that have different models, so I want to understand what our options are there. So thank you for flagging that. And I want to confirm, so guest Collier, we talked about the fire piece and the noise abatement piece. That's certainly point well taken. Do you think we should have, because it gets me thinking about even basement suites, do you think we should have a standard around noise abatement in all properties?
Since we're going to higher density developments, and since we seem to be building them in a lower standard of construction, then yes, of course, we should make them as livable as possible.
Like even if you're just doing a basement suite?
Yep.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't it be quiet?
Okay, yeah, and point well taken on the fire safety as well there too. I am out of time, and I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you very much. So to our Mr. Collier and Ms. Soles, just wanted to ask you about the 30% piece, which I think is the same recommendation as the residential infill working group on the soft landscaping.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't get to it. Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, I got your email and I read through it. I just wanted to dig into that paragraph you sent in your email. You'd referenced that the reason you want to see that moved is so it isn't given short shrift through the design stage of a project, and it would help in avoiding granting variances. Like, is that what you've been seeing? Like, I guess I'm just trying to understand why it needs to move from here to here, because if it's written somewhere, it feels like it should be happening. So I just wanted to understand that piece to the puzzle.
I'm not sure it's getting attention in the design stage, and perhaps it's getting looked at later on when a landscaping plan is done and the construction is already underway, and discover that they run out of space for the 30% soft landscaping, because they may need a little brickwork here and there and whatever, and a variances might become more common in that area, and that's unfortunate given the how many mature trees are being slain to accommodate these, the infill developments that 30% soft landscaping really needs to be protected.
So essentially, this is trying to give it the weight at the front end, so to minimize that. So I'll be asking in a minute about that. But that's the idea here. It gives us the best chance to actually achieve that, and hopefully would reduce the number of variances around that area.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's really helpful context. Thank you as always for being here. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor or Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, to Mr. Collier, I lived in a basement suite. I lived in an apartment building. I understand what you, yeah, I think noise is absolutely a concern, and thank you for raising that. And we'll see if there are tools available to see this to the city. But I want to focus on the fire code. Like, fire code would equally apply to every type of a unit. Doesn't matter whether single family, duplex, fourplex, 8 dwellings, or an apartment building or a high-rise building.
I am 100% not an expert in the fire code. I'm just quoting your report, page 12 of what we heard, where a developer said that they were avoiding small apartments because of the higher requirements in noise abatement and fire safety.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Well, definitely, then thank you for flagging that. We will definitely ask that question to administration, because code should not be different unless it is different, but its code is not something that city has control over. It's a provincial code, and they develop under certain guidelines working with their federal counterparts. But thank you for raising those two concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you for this panel speaking as well. So my first questions go to Mr. Smith. And specifically, you talked about the unions and then to recommend and from 8 unions to 4 unions. I heard many other speakers and say the same thing. So my question to you is, from your perspective, these 4 unions, I think it's okay, and then it's good if we focus on the middle block. So that is one. And my question to you is, do you think for the corner lots, we still reduce to 4 unions, or we should keep a little bit higher at the corner? Or is it the same everywhere, and then to reduce to the 4 unions?
Fair point, Councillor. I think there's some opportunity to increase on corner lots beyond the 4. There's certainly, I think, if you apply some of the design standards that have been talked about, or the increasing design, you can do pretty attractive sixplexes, for example, on corners. So I think that would be a very much of a potential.
So reduce is more focused on the middle blocks and for the 4 units.
On the mid block, yes.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I have another question to Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark, I try to find your last name here, Hellman. And you talk about the parking. So specifically in your comments, you mentioned about the more unions, more cars, more parking. So do you think we should put the specific parking requirements on the certain site, or because right now our city does not have minimum parking requirements and for any development?
Right. If we're going to build something somewhere, we have to make the very logical assumption that, like, if we're going to have a unit for a family, there's going to be at least one vehicle in that family potentially, or at least we have to plan for the potential of it. Like, the reality is people drive in Edmonton. That's it may not be convenient sometimes, but it's a large city, so we need to plan for that at the very least. So yes, I think that we should.
Okay, thank you. The time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Hillman, so I do want to go to the parking as well. So these are assumptions that you've made. Do you have any data to support how many people in Edmonton have vehicles and drive on a regular basis?
No, I don't have any direct data at the moment other than talking to literally anybody that I've spoken to thus far. There are people I will see that don't have cars. There are people who don't drive. But to assume when we're building an 8-plex unit, equally, I think it's responsible to assume that half the population of that unit not having a vehicle or access to one is difficult to square away for me in a city like Edmonton.
Why would we have you talked to people like in a transit station?
Yeah, I've talked to people in transit stations. My wife uses a transit station all the time. Like we have a car in our family. We've shared one vehicle multiple times. You have to use a transit station sometimes, but you still need somewhere to put your car.
Okay, but there's not, you don't have any data or anything to support that everybody that moves into one of these multi-unit residences would have a vehicle?
No, I don't. But do you also
Okay.
have data that does the city have data to support that people moving into those residences don't have a vehicle?
Okay, and maybe I will ask them that, who uses these. And then, because I'm just wondering, like currently in some of these mature neighborhoods, I would assume that people have garages, whether they're, front attached or rear garages that they would access from the alleys. Can they use their garages and driveways to park their cars, or do they have to park right in front of the house?
That's going to be dependent on the neighborhood. I can't really speak to every neighborhood. Some neighborhoods have garages that back into the rear. We can't really have parking. Some have parking in the front. There's a wide variety, so I can't really speak to the...
So it's not necessarily the new residents that would be causing the congestion or lack of parking, it would be existing?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Why not?
So new people causing congestion. So if you're adding any new residents to an area that have cars, you're going to be adding congestion.
But if existing residents are, and out of time, if existing residents aren't using their parking facilities.
Appreciate the thread, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, maybe I'll stick with Speaker Hillman for a moment. So appreciate you raised sort of the concern of the rising rents. And I think the period that you're referencing was prior to any or, many of the units that have been enabled through the zoning bylaw change coming online.
So I'm referencing from the recent report from the CBC, from Global News, and from rental.ca.
Oh yeah, so I don't dispute that there has been an increase in rental units, but don't we typically see that when there is a constrained supply?
Yeah, typically you'll see when there's a constrained supply, but my point I'm making is by not producing the single-family homes, or that we are increasing the price on those, and by increasing the price on those, we're indirectly putting a pressure on lower income housing, or the lower density housing. So in theory, you'd be correct, having a larger supply, but only if we have a larger supply of everything else as well, which we're not seeing.
Yeah, and I think I was just specifically just around the rise in rental costs, but I think, again, so if there's more units available, those rental prices when increase. But here, I'm understanding the point that you're making. I'm not sure that we can follow up and ask that question to see if that bears out.
I don't dispute the concept that if we build more units, then the rent should in theory go down, but the reality is that's not happening. So we have to ask what's wrong. And we've seen the largest increase in rent that the city's ever increased year over year. That's a problem.
But the units that are being delivered through the zoning bylaw renewal weren't yet available. So that's I'm not seeing the correlation that the changes aren't going to help the problem that you've identified.
So what my point is that if we are only going to build one type of unit, so we had in the last several months, we've had building these units, and we've only seen an increase.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, just out of time. Thank you.
Excellent, and thank you all very much for your presentations and questions, a number of things that we can try and quiz admin about later this evening. That concludes panel 3. We are now entering panel 4. I would invite the following guests to come down. Kevin Taft, you're number 1. Sandra Duxbury. Sandra, you're number 2. Bradley Thiessen, remote. Brandon Kwong, remote. Sabrina Qureshi, remote. Eric Glick. Eric, you are number 6. Evan Wood, you are number 7. Ken Ropesine, you're number 8. Carol Secord, remote. Nicole Apersbach, remote. Jasmine Chiarella, you're remote. Al McCulley, number 12. Yvette Siran, in person, number 13. Yvette. Yep, number 13. Robert Swanston, remote, and James Callian, remote. So if you can, if everybody can take their seats, and we will get started momentarily. Kevin, do you have a presentation? No, just notes. Okay. So I'll remind, if any speakers have presentations, you can just indicate and the clerk will pull it up on screen. Same for the folks online. The clerk is just sitting the final folks. And again, I thank everybody for their patience in a very busy day today and the excellent decorum that everyone has shown to the assembly. So thank you all so much. Next up is, oh, excuse me.
Okay. Do you see how this is like causing issues though?
Could the speaker please mute themselves? Who's, I can't read that name. I'm Kevin Taft. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the one-year review of the zoning bylaw. Today and throughout the zoning bylaw discussions, which I've been following for a long time, we've heard a lot of numbers from administration. The number of new dwellings, the number of meters in a setback, rates of compliance. Ironically, there are more numbers in administration's slide presentation today than I could count. Of course, urban planning involves numbers, but it should be based on people. It should begin with people and it should end with people. People should be urban planning's foundation. In administration's review of the zoning bylaw today, the word people doesn't appear even once. Numbers don't make a city, people make a city. Numbers don't build communities, people build communities. Numbers don't have rights and don't vote. People have rights and do vote. City Council is not accountable to numbers, it is accountable to people. And today, I want to talk about people. On May 20th, I listened to many people at the public hearing on mass rezoning raise concerns with Council, and all of them were ultimately ignored, every single one. One woman's comment struck me deeply. I used to be a lover of Edmonton, the woman said, and now I live in fear of what will be built next door. Her comment stayed with me because it captured exactly how I and many others feel about the zoning bylaw. The stress of random and unsuitable development is breaking people. We live every day in fear of what will be built next door. A few months ago, I spoke with a woman in tears over what was being built next to her under this bylaw. I didn't fault her. What was being built was shocking. This weekend, I spoke to a mom playing outside her house with her son. She welcomed change and densification. More than half the homes on her block were infill, most of them lot splits. Across the street, 3 condo buildings had, years before, replaced a cluster of older walk-up apartments. All good, she felt. But she was almost crushed by the 8-plex under construction on the single lot next door. It was random and completely out of context. The unattended work site was unsecured. There was an open excavation. A dog was exploring the trenches. The builder wasn't building to minimum legal standards. They were working below legal standards and getting away with it. This is what a column in yesterday's Edmonton Journal called crap, and it is being built all over this city. My back alley neighbor told me last week she plans to sell her house and leave Edmonton because of what's unfolding in our neighborhood. Low-quality infill is underway 2 doors to the west of her, 3 doors to the east of her, and across her street. For the first time in my life, I'm seriously asking myself if I want to stay in Edmonton. Fear and anger with this bylaw are not hard to find. In case you think it's just me saying this, I spoke yesterday to Edmonton Neighbourhoods United, and in just a few weeks they've had 8,000 page views and 4,000 unique visitors on their website. As of this morning, 993 people had signed their petition and left 320 comments. They have organizers in more than 30 neighborhoods and 600 lawn signs. That's just the beginning. Wait for summer, September, October. You're getting many valuable requests today from the people. I will make just one. Reduce the number of units allowed on a residential lot, either to 6 if you also restore the requirements from the previous bylaw, or to 4 if you insist on maintaining the current system. A 4-fold increase in density should be acceptable. As this zoning bylaw currently stands, we are now living a citywide urban planning failure, because from the start, people were never at its foundation, and the minor tweaks proposed by administration today will not fix that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guest Taft. Next is Guest Duxbury. Is that correct? Duxbury?
Well, without planning that, I had had a presentation very similar to some of the others you've heard today, but they did a great job, and so I don't need to repeat the same. But I would like to actually accidentally pick up on where Kevin just ended, because it is the people that are just utterly astonished even to this day. And so I just want to pick up on that, because I heard quite a few comments through the questions of council of that there's been lots of engagement, but I think we just need to pause and step back from that a little bit. I was thinking about this when the More Housing Everywhere slide was brought up from administration. It was slide 7, showing again that famous graphic with the Henday and the redevelopment that's planned for everything inside of it. And I can tell you, having been on this journey of starting to become aware of this with one upzoning request when the city plan was being developed, and then starting to get involved, people in the city don't understand. From that time on, the consultation, the amount of information provided has actually been very inadequate. And the reason it is that you've embarked on a transformational plan. And with anyone that has any public policy background knows, if you do a transformational plan, you need to have a commensurate change management plan with that. And that was completely fundamentally not done here. And so the pushback that you're starting to see, that Kevin's talking about, all the lawn signs, everybody's getting involved, it's because they've been trying in good faith to come and talk to you. Every zoning, upzoning application, every different opportunity for engagement, every open house, and they have not been heard. And so now they are angry. And now you're going to find out what the textbooks talk about in every single change management text is if you don't do it right the first time, you're going to experience a pushback that will set back the entire initiative. So it's just really disappointing that it wasn't done right. And there is an opportunity after October to maybe try again.
Thank you, Guest Duxbury. Bradley Thiessen.
Yep.
You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Brad Thiessen. 35 years old. I live in McKernan with my wife and our 2 young daughters. I'm here to speak in just continued support of the zoning bylaw renewal. Yeah, so there's a university. Me and my wife, we lived in a tiny apartment in Garneau. Right downstairs, there was a grocery store attached. You know, that's the dream. We could walk to class, grab groceries without a car, stop at a cafe on White. Everything we needed was within a few blocks. It just made life easier, less stressful, less expensive, and a lot more enjoyable. But before that apartment, I actually lived a lot farther away. Rent in Garneau, or that university area in general, was quite high, too high for a student like myself on my own. So I had to instead spend 45 minutes on transit every day just getting to class and back. And additionally, after university, me and my wife, we moved to the outskirts of city because that's where we could afford. And I'd spend, again, 45 minutes to an hour every day transiting back and forth to work. It's only now, after years of working and saving, that we've been lucky enough to be able to move back to the core. But I know not everyone gets that chance, and I think that's why this bylaw really matters. This bylaw is helping us build the kind of city where more people can live close to the things that matter: school, work, transit, community. And I think it's just starting to deliver real results. 30% more homes approved last year, more housing in general in mature neighborhoods. And I mean, I've seen it personally. There's a new set of row houses going up just a few doors down from me where I live in McKernan. They're not finished yet, but I think they represent an important step. New neighbors, more vibrant, and a more walkable community. So this bylaw, I wouldn't say it's perfect by any means. I think there's some things that can be improved for sure, but I believe it's doing what it was meant to do. Let's not walk it back just as it's starting to work. So I guess what I'm asking is stick with the bylaw, keep Edmonton growing in the right direction, not just for those of us who are here now, but for the people that are still to come. Thanks.
Thank you, guest Thiessen. Guest Kwong, Brandon Kwong.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and Council, and all the other speakers here and all the folks in attendance. My name is Brandon Kwong. I'm speaking on behalf of a group called Paths for People, which is a volunteer nonprofit that works to make Edmonton a friendlier place to walk, roll, cycle, and advocates for safe, accessible, and livable streets and neighborhoods. So to that end, we recognize the positive impact that the zoning bylaw renewal has had in its first year and the continued potential that it offers, and support this bylaw along with its continued refinement. Transportation options are, of course, deeply connected to how we build our city, and our shared vision of a sustainable multimodal city where people year-round have the choice and different tools in their tool belt, like taking transit to work or walking to school, taking a scooter to dinner with friends, could be a car to the garden center. They all become easier when these things are close to where you live and neighborhoods become more mixed use and vibrant. We all know that our city is growing very rapidly. And of course, we're going to experience growing pains. And the way forward is through refinement and momentum, not reversal. The issues of our city are very complex and interconnected, and we don't want to let perfect get in the way of good or even pretty great. As the impacts of our evolving policy continue to unfold, we call for shifts away from wrong spotting and sowing fear and uncertainty to more collaborative problem solving that's driven by data and is for the betterment of the city as a whole. For our part, one of the challenges noted in the reports or opportunities is around bike parking requirements and design. And this, of course, is something that Paths for People would be very happy to work with administration or developers on in the next steps in the coming months. Just as a final note, maybe more from a bit of a personal perspective, this spring I became a homeowner in one of Edmonton's beautiful mature neighborhoods in Ward Métis. And along our alleyway, there are 7 multiplexes. And I imagine that there was a healthy dose of concern when they were being built that has now eventually evolved and integrated into the colorful fabric of our community, one that I'm very humbled and grateful to become a part of. And my hope is that this will be a positive example of how neighborhoods continuously grow and evolve and the direction that our city is moving in. So thanks everyone for the discussion, and looking forward to continue to build our city together.
Thank you, Guest Kwong. Guest Qureshi, Sabina Qureshi.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I grew up in Edmonton, and I then lived in Norway and Spain for 25 years. In Norway and many other European countries, city planners use regulations to control development and thus ensure densification and infill that is thoughtful and strategic. I want the same for Edmonton. For this reason, I oppose the current version of Bylaw 20001 and stand with the thousands of Edmontonians who are organizing in opposition to it, because it does not accomplish thoughtful and strategic densification, as we've heard today. Unlike the previous zoning bylaw, this one was negotiated with only 3% of citizens, and it shows because this bylaw does not take the concerns of the majority into account. When I say citizens, I mean people who live in their communities over time, unlike most university students who do not stay in the city after completing their studies. Therefore, students do not have the same relationship to these issues as residents, nor do they provide the tax base which residents do. For this reason, I think residents' concerns should be given priority. When decisions are made without adequate community consultation, planning, or foresight, the impacts ripple far beyond just the construction site. They affect our daily lives, our environment, and the long-term viability of our neighborhood. For example, housing affordability and equity, as has been mentioned already many times. Ironically, the current model may be worsening affordability, and we've heard a lot about that today. Community and quality of life are also important to residents. Rapid, uncoordinated development threatens the social cohesion and aesthetic identity of neighborhoods. It places pressure on local roadways, parking, businesses, and public amenities, all without a comprehensive plan to manage these changes responsibly. Can our infrastructure support this level of growth? Are we truly addressing the affordability crisis or simply reshaping neighborhoods for higher profit margins? What kind of communities are we trying to build, and who will they serve in the long term? Another issue I want to mention is Edmonton's tree canopy cover. Measuring tree canopy cover is a simple way to determine the extent of the urban forest and the magnitude of services it provides. Unlike most cities in Canada, Edmonton does not have a private tree protection bylaw. Because of this, trees on private property are often lost during development, as I have witnessed in my neighborhood. To deal with these concerns, I support the bylaw changes recommended by Edmonton Neighborhoods United and the Residential Infill Working Group. All of their recommendations are in line with gentle incremental densification as suggested by the city itself. Their adoption will prevent bad actors from flooding the market with high-density housing like micro-suites or subpar housing, purely to profiteer from lax regulation. We know developers can accommodate regulation. Many already do. And in the suburbs, they all do. So we know they can do it in mature neighborhoods. They do it in Europe. They can do it here too. Regulation is the key word here. No matter how good the bylaw is, without follow-up and enforcement of regulation, nothing will change. That enforcement is up to the city. Let's work together, residents, policymakers, and developers, to pursue densification that is sustainable, inclusive, and community-driven. We owe it to those who have built these neighborhoods and to future generations who hope to call it home. And I want to close by talking about democracy. We are told we live in a democracy in which you, our elected representatives, represent us. But in order to represent us, you must take our views on board. If you consistently ignore what we say, then you do not represent us. To date, your actions and decisions in relation to this particular bylaw demonstrate that you do not represent us. Show us that you want to continue to represent us, listen to us, and act accordingly. And by that, I do not mean listening and then doing the opposite. Remember, elections are coming up and we are paying attention. I respectfully urge city officials, planners, and developers to slow down and reevaluate the process. Thank you very much.
Guest Glick, Eric Glick. Clerk, was it Eric that had to step away? Oh, guest Eric Glick, are you online? Okay. Guest Evan Wood. That was Evan.
Evan is the one who had to step out.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Guest Ken Ropesine. Guest Ken Ropesine. Nope. Guest Carol Secord.
Yes, I'm here, remote.
Okay, excellent. You have the floor. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Urban Planning Committee and councillors for this space and opportunity to speak to you today. I am, I oppose the current bylaw as it is right now. I fully support densification and renewal of mature neighborhoods for a number of reasons. But I believe that neighborhood renewal should be guided by neighborhoods and the people that live in them, and that renewal should be renewal, not mass change from the outside in. I have lived as a renter in Edmonton and also as a property owner. I've experienced Strathern, Otwell, Inglewood, Westmount, and Glenora. And as I go in and out of Inglewood these days, I see what the benefit of what was built prior to this bylaw. And there are many, every corner has a 3 or 4 units and then garages for those units. But what's happening now with the new bylaw is the builders are working to get as much density as possible. So on mid-block, 2 doors down from my son's house in Inglewood now, there is 8 units, 8 doors. And that's very, very different than what previously had been built on the corner lots. So I really want the city to pause this rapid momentum to rebuild as quickly as possible. The building as quickly as possible is decreasing the value. Like there's more poorly built stuff being built now than there was before. There's also continued building without knowing what the unintended consequences are of the various kinds of builds. And you've heard the details all day. So I support the input of the residential infill working group. I support the input that you've been receiving from Edmonton Neighborhoods United. I think that Rob Smythe, the representative of Glenora Civics Committee, has been very, very active talking with many people and written a very, very good report and made clear, detailed examples that are helpful. So overall, I think that we should be reducing the number of dwellings on a single lot to a maximum of 4, in keeping with the recently released report card on the Federal Task Force on Housing and Climate, that with the garden suite or the garage suite idea, you could easily have on corner lots 5 units or possibly 6. And the thing that I want to mention at this point is that the units that are being built, that I see being built now, it's all rental. Young people also want that opportunity to be able to buy something that is in their beginner's starter home model. And that's being taken away from them with the push to build the way that we are currently see building happening. In my neighborhood, there are, I believe, 8 currently under construction and a total of 12 or 14 multiplex type buildings that are going to come on stream by 2026. And we haven't experienced the unintended consequences of what happens when those buildings are finished. So it's really time to take a pause, take a look, slow down, take the input that you've been hearing today and really rework this so that it does become gentle infill neighborhood densification with neighborhood input. When I contributed to the city plan in 2019, 2020, I was excited about urban renewal. And now I have a very, very, very bad taste in my mind, in my sensation. It's not. Yeah, that's enough. Thank you.
Appreciate the time there, Guest Secord. I'll just go back. Guest Glick, were you online with us? Nope. Okay. And Guest Ropesine in person? Nope. Then I'll now go to Guest Nicole Apersbach.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'm coming to you this afternoon from Queen Alexandria, where I have one of those new 8-row house buildings behind my home. And first of all, it was completed last summer, so it's been rented out for the last 8-9 months. So it should be contributing to decreased rent. I don't believe it is. There is no, I don't have the data, and I don't think the city has the data on what the rent is being charged for this. Unfortunately, it was never able, you were not able to buy into it. It was never on sale. So it's definitely a rental. And there are a bunch of cars parked in the back. So, and what's really missing are families. These suites that are being offered are small suites. And again, catering more to a rental community rather than a family that wants to move in. And they don't even allow for some of the concerns that the U of A person earlier this morning brought in. They don't allow a group of students to share the rent in a 3-bedroom house. So I think these, although the goals that the city has for densification are great, I don't think that these 8 unit mid-block buildings are achieving that. And there are better ways of achieving it. I live in a brand new front back duplex that I built, and I rent out half of it. I do concur with the changes that people have been advocating all day for, allowing just 4 on a mid-block, 4 units on a mid-block property, and more on a side, a corner lot. But these 8-unit row housing, I think, are attracting speculative builders that are going to just increase the rent and increase, the cost for everyone, and are not actually achieving the goals set out. So I would like those changes so that there's no longer doors on the side, because they're impacting the neighbors. There is a lady that's renting there, and she's always on her phone, and the neighbors are quite upset that they cannot use their patio space. And I don't think changing it back to only 25 meters is going to effectively solve that problem when you're trying to use your patio, which tends to be adjacent to your back door. And again, it's these units are not in alignment with the standards put in place for Blatchford. And I mean, there just hasn't been enough evidence to support that these are a good planning development, and that they are contributing in a meaningful way to the community. Instead, there has been a lot of backlash against them, including my block. People are not happy with it. And again, it goes back to the fact that there wasn't sufficient consultation with these changes to the bylaw for 3-bedroom housing, and families with kids can move in, support the schools, become a part of the community, not just be transient renters that really are not contributing to Edmonton and participating in the community. Again, that cap on 2.5 stories, I think, is a great cap. And yeah, that's about all I have to say, is really just change the bylaw, listen to the citizens, and go back to having just a maximum of 4 per property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guest Apersbach. Yeah, I was just about to say we're at 5 o'clock, so we have our recess now. We'll be reconvening at 6 o'clock, and we'll be continuing. We have 5 more speakers in this panel, and then we'll get to the 5th panel. And again, we are staying until we complete this item. So if you're on a panel, it might still be a little bit late. Thank you. You can join remotely, or you're welcome to stay here with us too. Thank you. See you in an hour.